Hello friends, now this is the final look of our project. So here we have the navigation, and when we scroll down we change the color of the background of the navigation. And as you can see, when we go to this section, to the about section, so from here you can see we have a animation because we use Vue use motion, and also to the others section. So here we have the promotion section. I added to promote my course. Here we have the about section. We have the skills section. I display all the logos of our skills, so React, Vue, Laravel, and so on. We have the portfolio section. We have my latest work, and here we have all the projects. And let's go to the React.js, for example. Let's go to the Laravel, and as you can see, we have also animation here. Okay, when we go to another section, we have also animation. Here is the services section, what I do for clients. And I added web design, web development, branding, and SEO. Here we have the contact me. We have the form. I added the email and the current location. We can send the mail. So let's say, for example, test and test@test.com, and just something here. And as you can see, we have this thank you, and it's going to disappear after 2 seconds. You can add what time you want. Okay, so also now if I go to the home, click here, yeah, we have an animation. The navigation is sticky here, fixed on top. So about, portfolio, services, and contact. So if you don't like the scroll down, just play with the navigation. Okay, now let's see on the responsive on the iPhone 12. Here we have an example. So let's go to the home page. We have also here animation. Here we have the home page, and when we scroll down, we have the about me, the latest work, what I do for clients, and the contact me. We can send a message. Now here we have also the portfolio, services, contact, home. Let's go and change on the dark mode to see what we have. So let's go here, yeah. And I think it's very nice on the dark mode. And also on the large mode. So let's remove this. Let's go to the home page. Yeah, we have a lot of transition about portfolio, services, and the contact. Okay, that's it for the front end, and we have some backend work here. So let's go to the dashboard, and we have skills and also the projects links. So in the skills, I displayed all the skills we have. We can create a new skill, edit and delete skill. The same for the project. We have the image for the project and also for the skill. For the project also we have the URL. So when we go here to the project, if I hover it, we have this URL here. And if I click, we go to that URL. I added this one, but you can add your project URL, for example, the GitHub repository. And the project, you can find the project source code. You can find on the GitHub. If you go to the GitHub/Laraveler, here I have all my repositories. Go to this repositories here, and is this one, Laravel Vue.js Inertia Portfolio. Click in here. And yeah, this is the latest I added just right now. Add view, use motion to navigation, the latest commit. And here you can find and can download, can clone this. Okay. Okay, friends, this is what we are going to build with Laravel and Inertia.js with Vue. All the best, and don't forget, if you like videos like this, subscribe to my channel and like the video. Is going to help me to create more such videos. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, welcome. Now before we start, I want to know that you have some knowledge of Laravel, Tailwind CSS, and Inertia.js with Vue. Or if you don't know Inertia, no problem. Just if you know Vue.js, you are okay. The Inertia is just lets you build quick application using classic server-side routing and controllers. And here we have an example, for example, the user controller. We get the user here and return inertia render, and the inertia is going to render. Here is the user's component, view component, and it's going to add users as a prop to this user view component. As you can see, here is the user's view component, and we define a prop here, users, what we added. Okay, so if you don't know, just go and visit the inertiajs.com. You can read the documentation because it's not very hard. But the core thing is to learn to know Laravel. And also a little bit of Tailwind CSS, because we are going to create the portfolio with Tailwind CSS design. Okay, so let's get started. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video we are going to create the project, install the Inertia and Tailwind CSS, and to have the Inertia and Tailwind CSS, I'm going to install the Laravel package, the Breeze package. So if you go to the get started or the documentation, and here we have the starter kits, we have the Laravel Breeze, and I'm going to install the Breeze with Vue. Also, you can install Inertia here, so just go to the installation, and we have server side and the client side. But as I said, I'm going to install the Breeze package, so we have the authentication, we have the Inertia.js, and the Tailwind CSS all together. So first, let's go and open the terminal. I'm going to open my iTerm, I'm going to zoom it and navigate in my sites directory. And here I'm going to create the project. I have the Laravel installer here. I'm going to say Laravel new, and the name, I'm going to name it Portfolio. Let's create the project. And also I have installed the Laravel Vue, so we can just navigate the portfolio.test. And yeah, it's not finished yet. Now refresh. Here is the project. Okay, now as I said, I want to install the Breeze package. So let's navigate to the portfolio and run this command. Composer require Laravel /breeze --dev. So first cd in the portfolio, hit enter, and let's run this command. And as I said, I want the Breeze with Inertia.js and Vue. And here we have Laravel Breeze, also offer React and Vue scaffolding via an Inertia frontend. So for Vue, we need to run php artisan breeze install Vue. Okay, copy that, paste it here, hit enter. And then we need to run the php artisan migrate, npm install, and npm run dev. To run this migrate, we need to have the database. To create the database, I have created and I have named Portfolio. So if I open this with the VS Code, let's open with VS Code this project. And if I go in the .env, by default we have the database name Portfolio based on the project name. And I have created this database, so I just going to run the php artisan migrate, and I'm going to say fresh here just in case. And now we have all the tables is coming with by default with Laravel. Next, we need to run the npm install and npm run dev. So let's go here, npm install and npm run dev. npm run dev. Okay, and now let's come here, refresh, and everything okay. We have the login and register, and as you can see is we don't have a reload because we have the Inertia.js. And I want you to go and read some documentation if you don't know Inertia, because we have so routing here, we have responses, pages, title, and meta. We have forms, how we can create form and submit a form. And here we have also the form helper. We are going to use form helper and also the Inertia to send a post request. We have file uploads because we need to upload some files for the skills. I'm going to create a skills and also the projects to display to our portfolio. We have validation and shared data. So I'm going to show you, but I think better is to go and watch the documentation. So see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome. Now let's go and see that I have write this for our course. So here I have list all the sites I know for the Tailwind CSS components. So we have the tailwindcomponents.com, the Tailwind UI, which is the official from the Tailwind CSS. We have the flowbyte.com, desiui.com, hyperui.dev, merakui.com, tailwind-kit.com, and the tilegrids. You can go here and get components for free. So if I'm going to bring the browser, and here is the tailwindcomponents.com, the Tailwind UI, the flowbyte. Here we have browse components, and now you can see, for example, if I go to the page section, hero section, and let's here we have some free section, but this is paid. As you can see is the lock icon. If I go here, so this one is free and you can get the code. We have the HTML version, React, and Vue, and only this one is free. As you can see, this one is you need to go and make a payment. We have the flowbyte also. Here you can find some Tailwind components. So let's go to the card. Okay, here we have an examples for all the cards. We have the Daisy UI and all the components we have here. The HyperDev UI, also the Merak UI browse components, as you can see, Tailwind -kit, and the last one is this tilegrids.com. And we are going to use some components for us, the free components. Okay, you can create the list for all resources and take a look, and you can grab what you want. Okay, so let's go now to our project, and I'm going to register because first we are going to use the work with the backend. I want to create, so if I go here, I want to create the skill and projects. So we need to have the skills and the project. The project is going to belong to the skill, and we are going to display in the portfolio the skills we have and also the projects we have. Now for the layout, I'm going to create the custom layout, the navbar and the footer, and then we have sections. We have the hero section, the about section, call to action section. The call to action is going to be something like this. So if I go to my website, laraveler.com, and it's going to be something like this. Okay. And we have the portfolio section here. We are going to display the projects, and we are going to filter them based on the scale. So if we click, for example, Laravel, we are going to display only the projects belong to the Laravel and so on. Also, the services section is going to be hard-coded cards, so what we offer for the clients. And the contact section, we are going to create a contact form. We are going to display the location and the email, and we are going to send the mail from the contact form to, we are going to use mailtrap.io. Okay, now as I said, let's go to the browser and register. And I'm going to register the admin. I'm going to name it admin@admin.com. Give it the password. And let's register the user. Now we have the user here. I'm going to create in the next video the skill and the project model and migration, and then create the roles and controllers, and I'm going to add the links here. We are going to use the same layout we have here. Okay, so see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome. Now, as I said, in this video, I'm going to create the skill and the project model and migration. So let's open my terminal. I'm going to stop for now, clear this, and first let's create the skill, artisan. I have an alias for PHP artisan, just a artisan make model, and I'm going to name it skill-m for migration. Okay, now let's create also the same for the project -m for migration. Okay, let's go to the VS Code and open database migrations, and here we have the skills. Now what we need for the skills, I'm just going to add the name and also the image, so the logo of the, for example, Laravel, the name, and the logo is going to be the Laravel logo. And then I'm going to display them in the portfolio. I'm going to display only the logo or on the skills section, So, and for when we filter the projects, I'm going to have the name, so we can click on the name and display the projects belong to this skill. So let's say $sign table, and I'm going to say string for the name. It's going to be required, so let's leave it. And also $sign table, the same thing. I'm going to say string, and image I'm going to say. Let's save it, close this one. Now let's open the projects. Now for the projects, I'm going to add the name, the image, and maybe the project URL. So for example, the GitHub URL of the project, if we have in the GitHub or somewhere else, and also the skill ID. So let's come here and say $sign table, origin ID, skill underscore ID, and I'm going to say constraint, and also cascade on delete. Okay, now let's add the name, $sign table, string for the name, and $sign table, string for the image, and also the string for the URL. So $sign table, string, and I'm going to name it a project URL like this, and I'm going to leave it nullable, so maybe we don't have URL. I'm going to leave it as it is, nullable. So with that, now let's go to the terminal and run the PHP. As I said, I have the alias artisan migrate, and create skills table and create projects table done. Let's go to the table plus. I use table plus, and if I refresh, we have skills and projects. Very good. Now the last thing I want to do is we need to go to the models and add. So let's go up here, up models. In the project, we need to add the fillable. So let's say protected $sign fillable, and it's going to be or skill ID. We are in the project, skill ID, the name, the image, and also the project URL. Okay, and now let's add also create the method relationship. So public function, skill, and let's return $sign this. Now this belongs to the skill class. Okay, let's save it, close this one, and open the skill. Here the same thing, protected $sign fillable, and let's add an array with our name and the image. Only the name and image we have, and also let's create also the relationship method, which is projects. Now the skill has many projects. Let's return that. Return $sign this has many project class. And let's save and let's close. Okay, now we are ready to go. In the next video, we are going to create the controllers and the routes. So see you there. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to create the controller, the route, and I'm going to add the links here. So skills and the project links. Okay, first let's go to the iterm, and here I'm going to say artisan make controller, and I'm going to name it skill controller and dash R for resource. Okay, let's create also the project controller. Okay, now let's go in the VS Code. Inside the app, HTTP controllers, we have skill controller and the project controller. Very good. For now, let's go in first in the routes, web route, and here we have this route get. So when we go to the home, we see this, the Laravel by default Laravel welcome page. And in the route we have route get, and here we can see we have this return, inertia, render, welcome. Now this welcome is inside the resources, JS, pages, the welcome page, this welcome page. So if I come here, and this is the Vue.js component, so just select all inside here. I'm going to remove and I'm going to save it. And also we need to run the npm run dev. Okay, close this one and let's refresh. And we have a blank page because I have removed everything. We have the title welcome, as you can see. If I change this to welcome, so portfolio, like this, we have welcome to portfolio. So this is the page it's going to render when we go to the, when we navigate to the slash homepage. And this is what the inertia does. We just, instead of returning the view which is inside here, is going to render the component, and also is going to add, so for example, the can login as a probe, and we add what we want here. Okay, so we are going to work with the routes, and you can understand a little bit. As I said, better you can go and routing here and read the documentation. So here we have also the route inertia, and Inertiajs is not only for Laravel, also for Rails, as you can see. Here is using the controller. Okay, and we are going to use link for not the anchor tag, but the link as an anchor tag. Anyway, so I'm going to show you. Just let's go here, and I'm going to, let's remove this one. I'm going to create a group here, so I'm going to say route. I'm going to add the middleware, which is going to be the auth and the verified, what we had, auth, and also the verified. And let's add a group, and the group now accept the callback function. So let's add function here. And now I'm going to add that route we had for the dashboard. So let's say route, and when we go to the slash, so we need to add here, when we go to the dashboard, I'm going to add a closure function, and return inertia, and we have the use inertia here. So inertia render, and what is going to render? The dashboard view. So inside the pages, we don't need to add pages here, because if I go to the app.js, and here is the logic for the inertia. So here we have the create app imported, and also the h from Vue. And we have the title. So what I show you here, this head title. Let's go again to the app.js. We have the title, and we have this resolve the name. So resolve page component, and we have the pages. So you can see the pages, and after the pages, the name and .view. So we don't need to add also the .view here. We need to add only the page we want to display here. So in our case, the dashboard, which is inside the pages, and we just say here in quotes, the name of the page, which is dashboard, and not .view, just like this. Okay. Now let's give it the name to be dashboard, like this. Okay, and now if I go back and let's navigate to the dashboard, everything works correctly. Okay, now let's create the roads for the skills and the projects. We created the controllers. Now let's say road resource, the same we have in the Laravel with Blade, add /skills, and we are going to use the skill controller to handle this road. So skill controller class. The same thing for the projects. Let's say road resource /projects, and we are going to use the project controller to handle this. So class, and we are okay. Now, for now, if I go to the skill controller and in the index, I'm going just to return the string here. So return the, here in the skill, I'm going to say just skill for now. Save, and let's go also to the project controller, and in the index method, return project. Just to show you for the link, because I want to add links here. Now here, if I go inside the resources, JS, inside the pages, we have this dashboard, which is this one. And as you can see here, we have import, and this is coming with Breeze. So we have this import Breeze authenticated layout from layouts, and we have this @ symbol here, @/layouts/authenticated. So here we have layouts, and authenticated we have here. And we have the navigation links, we have the logo and the navigation links. And here we have the Breeze nav link. We add the href, the road here. And with Inertia, we can use a road, because Inertia use this Ziggy package, and with that, we can use roads here. And here we have the dashboard, which is this one. Let's copy this and add here one more. And I'm going to add skills here and the projects here. Now the road for the skills is skills.index. Okay. And if you don't know, you can go to the terminal and let's clear this up. And let's say artisan road list. And here we have road for the get skills. The name is skills.index. And the controller is skill controller at index the method. And the same for the projects. So when we get all projects, the name is projects.index and the controller, project controller at index. Okay. So let's just copy this. Copy this and paste it here. And now inside here, we need to say projects.index and the same thing if this is active or not. So if I save, as I said, let's go now to the browser and we have here the skills and the project, everything is okay. Now if I click here, it's going to return, we expect to return what we added to the controller. So in the project controller, we just return the projects and in the skill, we just return skill. So let's click. And as you can see, we have this skill here. And if I click here, we have project. So the link is working. Now let's get and work with what we are going to display when we go and click here, not just the string. So see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome. Now if I click here, we have this return only the string. I want to go to the page of the skills index. And then there I want to display all the skills we have. Right now we don't have any, but let's go and work with that. So inside of the controller, skill controller here, instead of returning this, I want to return a page inside the resources JS pages. I want to create the skill index page here. For that, I'm going to create inside the pages, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to name it skills. And inside there, I'm going to create the index.view component, which is the page here. And let's add the view first. Okay. I don't want the styles here. So I'm going to remove. I don't want the export because I'm going to use the setup. Okay. Here, what I want first, I'm going to import what we have in the dashboard. I'm going to import the Breeze authenticated layout and also the head. So let's copy that and paste it here. Also, I'm going to copy the title, the head, and let's paste it now inside the template. I'm going to change the title to be skills index. Okay, next we need to add the Breeze authenticated layout, and also here we have the header slot, and the default slot is going to render this one. I think you know Vue.js, because I'm not going to show you how the Vue.js working, but I'm going to show you how to create the portfolio website with Laravel and Inertia.js. So let's paste that in. Instead of dashboard, I'm going to say skills, and this is this header here. And now inside of this one, I don't want to show you are logged in, but I want to display the table with all the skills. Right now we don't have. I'm going to say here table for now, and let's save this page. Now this page I want to render when we click here. So if I go to the skill controller, instead of returning this, I want to render that page. So I'm going to say Inertia, render, and I want to render the component as you can see here, which is inside the pages. And we don't need to add pages here, but what we need to add is this skills. So let's add skills, and inside the skills, we need to add the index view. Now here we don't add the dot, but we add slash and the name of the page, which is index, or the name of the component. And with that, just now if I save and let's go and refresh, if I click skills, we navigate to the portfolio test skills and we don't have reloading. And here we have skills, as you can see, and we have the table. Very good. The same thing I'm going to do for the projects. So first let's go in the pages and I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to name it projects and then here a new file, index.view, index.view. And now to save some time, I'm going to go inside the skills, index, and select all here, copy, close this and paste in this index.view, which is inside the projects. I'm going to change the skills to be projects because we are in the projects. Also here, projects. Okay, and we are going to display the table of the projects here. Let's save and let's close this. Let's close this one and let's go in the project controller. Here now, instead of this, we are going to return and render that component we created. So Inertia, render. Now the component is inside the projects and slash the name is index. That's it. Save. Let's come here and let's refresh. If I click to the projects, we are now inside the projects. We have projects index, the title, the header is projects, and we have the table here. Okay, that's it about this video. In the next video, I'm going to add a link here on the right to go to the projects create and the same thing for the skills. Okay, so see you there. Hello friends, welcome. Now, as I said here, I want to display the link. If you go to the Inertia, links, and here we have an example. We need to import the link from Inertiajs / Inertia Vue 3, or if we are in the Vue 2, just Inertia-Vue, but we are in the Vue 3, so we need to say here, and we say link like an anchor tag with href, and when we want to go. Okay, also we can use them as a method. So for example, for the logout, we specify the method here, post, as a button and type button. Okay, now let's go to our project and I want to display this in the right. So let's go inside the resources, JS, pages, skills, index page. Here in this, when we say table, I want to add a div. So let's just add a div here. And I'm going to add a class to this div to be flex. And I want the button to be in the right. So I want to say justify and. And I'm going to add margin 2 and padding 2. And here we can add the link. To add the link, we need to import the link, as I said here. So here we have imported the head. Let's import also the link. And in here, I'm going to add that link. Now for the shref, I'm going to bind, or we can add without bounding. So I'm going to say right now bind and use routes, as I said, because the Inertia.js have the Ziggy package, and we can specify where the route where we want to go. So inside in this case, we want to go in the skills.create page. Okay, and then let's add also the class, some classes. So I'm going to say px for py show to be. Also, I'm going to say bg indigo and bg indigo 500. On hover, we need to change the background to be bg indigo 700, and I'm going to say text to be white, and let's give it also the rounded to be empty. And let's say, for example, a new skill. Let's save it, and let's go to our project and refresh. And why we don't have that? So we have this skill, we have imported the link, we added the link here. Let's see if we, inspect the elements. Yeah, everything is okay, just we don't see the, here is a new link, new skill. So why we don't have that? Let's close and run npm run dev again. And yeah, now we need to restart that. We have the new skill, and as you can see, the route is skills/create. If that is okay for you, or if you don't want like this to use routes, we can say here /skills/create, for example, like this, and let's save it, and it's the same. So skills/create. Okay. Now if I click, nothing happen right now because in the controller, so let's go inside the app HTTP controllers, skill controller. On the create method, we don't do anything. So let's say return for example, I'm going to say create here just to see that it's working. And new skill, yeah, we have the string create. But we don't want the skill, the link string, sorry, we need the page. And as we have learned, we need to return the inertia and render the component. Inside the skills, I'm going to create a new component. I'm going to name it create.view. And let's go to the index. I'm going to select all, copy here, and paste it in this create. I'm going to change to say here skill or new skill. So let's say new skill here, and also new skill on the header. Now we don't need the link, and here is going to be the for. So let's save this. Now in the skill controller, we need to return that the create component. Let's say return inertia render, and inside the skills, we created the create component. If I save now, and let's go here and refresh, if I click the new skill, we navigate the skills/create. We have a new skill here and new skill on the title, and we have the form. Very good. Let's go back and let's do the same thing for the project. So let's close this. Let's go to the skill index and I'm going to copy this in here, this div, and do the same on the project index, or we can do something else. So if you go here inside the JS, we have the components, and this is components coming with a breeze. And here we have a button, we have a nav link. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more for this new skill. Or if you don't want, because we have only 2 pages, let's stick with this. So let's copy this div and let's go to the index. Inside here, let's paste that. Because we don't have, but if we have more than 2 pages, when we need the link, it's better to create a component and just import that. But for now, I'm going to just copy and paste that one, import the link here. And instead of skills create, we need to say projects/create new project. Also in here, we need to say new, leave it as it is. And now let's go to the project. Yeah, we have this, but nothing happened because we need to create inside the projects, we need to create a new component, create.view. Now you can name it what you want, but I'm going to name it create. Inside the skills create, I'm going to select all and copy. And here in the create, we don't need the link, so I'm going to remove that. Okay, save. And let's select all, copy, and paste on the projects create component. Change this to be from skill to be project, and we are okay. New project here. We have imported everything. Let's close. Now the last thing is to go inside the controller, and when we have the create method, let's return the inertia render, the projects create component. Let's save it, refresh, and new. We are in the project/create, new project, and the form. Okay, that's it about this video. I hope you understand and see you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. In this video we are going to create a new skill. So when we go here, we have this form. I'm going to create a form and store a new skill on the database. If you go to the Inertia.js, we have forms here, and here we have an example how to create a form, create a reactive const form here, and say inertia post the URL, and we pass the form here, which is this one. First name, last name, and the email. Okay. In the controller, we just say user create, request, validate, and it's going to create that. Server-side validation, you can see the validation here. Also, we have this form helper. So with the form helper, instead of a reactive, so what we have here, as you can see, we have imported reactive from Vue, and we create a const form and say reactive and an object with first name, last name, and the email. With form helper, we have imported the use form and create a const for use form with an object with all the fields we need. And then we just say on the form submit prevent, call this form, post, and add the URL. We don't need to add the form here because this form has the fields. Okay, instead of here we add the URL and also the form. Now we are going to use both. On the create we are going to use this form helper. On the update we are going to use the inertia post, because if you go, we have file uploads, and if you go to the file uploads, here we have an example, file upload example. We have an input type file, and on input the form avatar is going to be $event target files and give it the first in the array. And we say just with use form, we say form post and the users, the URL. Good. Now for the uploading file using a multi-part form data request is not natively supported in some language for the put, patch, or delete methods. Some frameworks such as Laravel and Rails support form method spoofing, so we use inertia post and add the method underscore method to be put. So we send a post request with method put. Okay, so on the update we are going to use this method, and on the create we are going to use the use form helper. Okay, now let's go, and first if I go inside the, let's close this, inside the pages, skills, create page. Here we need to add the form, and inside the pages we have this auth, by default is coming with Breeze. And if I go to the register, here we have the form example, and I'm going to do this for our project. So let's just copy this one, or I think better is to go inside the login. Yeah, let's copy this form from here and let's paste it in our create. Now we need to import the Breeze label, Breeze input, Breeze input error. We don't need this checkout, and the Breeze button. So I'm going to come here and let's import all of them, and also the use form from the Inertia. So we need to go on the setup, import all of them. We need to import also the use form here, use form from the Inertia. Now with the Breeze checkout we don't need, and also the Breeze quest layout we don't need. So let's remove them. Let's open this, and now we need not the email, but so let's select all of them. We need the name first, so let's add the name. The value here is going to be capital. Okay. Type is going to be text, not name. Type is going to be text. Okay. And we don't need password here, so let's remove that. Also this one. Instead of login, we need to say store. Okay, let's remove also this one. And I'm going to copy this div and paste it here. Okay, now this is the div for the name. Here we need to change that, and it's going to be the So this one is going to be the image. Also here say image like this, the ID and the V model is going to be image. We don't need autofocus and autocomplete. I'm going to remove the required from the front end. Now the type is going to be file. Please error for the image. Okay. Now here, instead of a V model for the image, we need to say something like this when we go to the file uploads. We need to say on input, the form.image is going to be with the event target files. Okay, so let's remove that and let's say on input, the form.image, and we don't have that, but we are going to create, is going to be equal to the $ event dot target dot files, and we get the first one in the array. Okay, and now we need to create the form and I'm going to copy from here. Let's close now this one and let's create the form with use form. So the same we have in the Inertia.js with form helper. So create a constant form with use form and we add here the fields, and then we just on the submit we say submit.prevent and we call the form here dot post and the URL. But we have the submit, so let's say form post route login, or if you want to use routes, okay. If you don't want, you can add the links. I'm going to say route to be skills dot store, and on finish I don't want to do anything, so just say something like that. Now what we need the name and the image. The image is going to be null, let's save for now, and let's see what we have in the create. Refresh. Yeah, we have something like this, but the design is not looking very good. So let's go, and when we have this form, we have this max width 7XL, and I don't want that. I want the B max width to be MD. MX auto. Okay, we have PX6 and PX8 on the large. I'm going to add also the BG to be white. Okay, on the form now, I'm going to add a class to be V4, padding of 4. Let's save and let's see what we have. Yeah, I think it's okay. Let's add to this div, so to the image, I'm going to add the class margin top to be 2. And I think now it's okay. Good. Now if I go inside the database table plus in the skills, we don't have any skill. Let's see if we can create that. So on the controller, app, HTTP controllers, skill controller, we need to go on the store because there is going to be the logic to store a new skill. I'm going to say, first I'm going to validate the name and the image. So the request, validate, And let's add here the image, which is going to be required. And let's add also image. We need to add the image like this. And the name is going to be required. And let's say a minimum of 3 characters. Now we have make the validation. I want to store the image, and if you go inside the config file systems, I want to change this from local to be public. I want to be inside this root storage path app public. Okay, not inside the app, but inside the app public. So you can change here, or you can just copy this and add in the .env file to be public like this. Now, as you want. Okay, then here now I'm going to check if the request has an image. So let's say if the request has file and the name of the file is image. Okay. Now if that is true, I'm going to upload the image. I'm going to say $image is going to be with the request file, and the file name is image. I'm going to store, and I'm going to create the skills, store in the skills folder. Okay, and now we have the image path, return it from this one. With that, now let's say skill create and add here the name, which is going to be the request name, and also the image, which is going to be $image. Okay, and then let's return, and I'm going to use the redirect facade, redirect to the road skills index. Okay, now if that if we don't have image, we are going to return back. So let's say return redirect back. For now, just to see. We have also the validation. So let's refresh, and if I say store, we have the name field is required and the image field is required. And that's it because we use the breeze input error. And here we have breeze message, form errors message. And this use form is returning the error. Okay, let's say here Laravel, and we need the image here. So I'm going to choose the image. I selected the Laravel PNG, and if I say store, we redirected to the skills, which means we created the skill. So if I refresh, here we have the skill. The image is inside the skills slash and the name, the hash name. So if I go now inside the storage app public, we have skills, and inside here is the Laravel. Okay. Good. Now the same thing we need for the project. With that, we are going to work in the next video. So see you there. Hello friends, welcome. Now I'm going to work with the projects to create a new project. Now to create a project, we need also the skills on the create form. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go inside the app, HTTP controllers, project controller. When we render the create, I'm going to get all the skills and skills. I'm going to say skill all. Okay, get all the skills and add here as a prop. So we can add with compact if we want. So compact and say skills here. Okay, now we have all the skills. Let's go inside the resources, JS, pages, in the create page. I'm going to go inside the skills, create, and first I'm going to import all the logic here. So let's import all here, go to the create and replace with that. Now also I'm going to copy the form or all the div py12, copy that and go inside this and paste it. And if I save and let's go to the new project, we have something like this. Now, as I said, we need the skills, select for skills, and also we need the project URL. So for the project URL, I'm going to copy the name, the div for the name, duplicate it here, change this to be URL, and also change all of them to be project URL. Okay, I don't want to be out of focus this one. Project URL. Also here is going to be name. We are okay with project URL, I think. If I come here, yeah, here we have the URL. Now for the select, I'm going to add a div. Inside the div, I'm going to add a select, and inside the select option. Now for options, we need to make a v4, and here we need the skills. Now we added the skills on the create page. We need to define here on the setup. Let's say define props and say skills is going to be an array. With that, now we can say on the options v4 skill in skills, we need to add the key, which is going to be skill.id, and the value is going to be skill.id also. Here I'm going to display the skill.name. Okay, now on the select, I'm going to add the vModel for dot skill underscore ID, and we don't have them. So here we have only the name in the image, but we need the skill underscore ID and also the project URL. Okay. So we added the V model. I'm going to add also the ID and the name just to have here. Skill underscore ID and the name to be skill ID. I'm going to add also some classes. So why I think better is to do something like this. I'm going to add some classes here, so class, and I'm going to copy and paste here. Just to save you some time. Okay, and if I save and let's go, yeah, here we have, okay, we need also the label. So let's copy the label and paste on this div and label for skill. Yeah. Now I think we have all the fields we need. On the submit, we send them to the projects.store. Now if I go to the projects controller on the store method, I'm going to say just then dump the request for now. And let's refresh, select the skill, add the name, let's leave it the URL. And if I say then dump in the request, we have the name, skill ID, and the project URL node. Okay. On the files, we have an array with one item, which is that image. Very good. Now let's go and create and store the project and redirect back to the project's index. So we need to go inside the store method and the same thing we have done. So let's open the skill controller and I'm going, because it's going to be almost the same, and paste it here. First, we need to validate the image name, the project, the skill ID, skill underscore ID, which is going to be required. Now for the project URL, we don't need to be required. It's not required that. After that, we check if the request has file, image, get that, upload the image and get the path. And here we need to say project create now, add the name, add the image, add the project URL, the request project URL, and also we need to add the skill ID. Skill ID is the request skill ID like this. Okay, after we create the project, we need to return redirect to the skills index, not skills index, but projects index, otherwise return back. So first we validate that. We check if we have the image. If we don't have, we just return back. And we need to add also the message here, an info, a banner. So when we return and redirect, we can say with message and say that message. But for now, I'm going to leave it as it is. So we say project create, skill ID, request skill ID, and so on. Let's save and let's see if we can create the project. So if I open projects, we don't have any project. let's say skill Laravel, only one we have. I'm going to say test for now. The URL is going to be empty. Laravel PNG. Okay, I chose this Laravel PNG, so let's say store and we return to the projects. Very good. Now if I go and refresh this, we have the project. Just one more thing, I want to change the folder. So here is going to be projects, not skills. And I think we are okay. So let's go back here. We have the name, the skill ID, the project URL is null. Okay, let's go and create one more. And now the same thing. I'm going to just say something like this. I'm going to add the URL just to see we have this. The image is going to be the same because I don't have any image right now. So let's say store, we return back. And if I refresh this, we have another one. And as you can see now, the project URL is this project. Very good. That's it about this video, and see you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to display the skills on the table here. We are in the skills index. Now for the table I'm going to use one of the here. I'm going to copy the flow byte and let's open and use here the table from this website flowbyte.com. So I think we have tables. Yeah. Okay, let's copy this and let's go inside the resources skills index. Here is the div. After the div, I'm going to add the table. If I save and let's go inside the skills, we have something like this. Okay, now we need all the skills to display that, and for that I have created behind the scenes some skills. So if I refresh, yeah. Okay, now to display the skills, I'm going to go inside the skill controller, and here on the index, we can just say $sign skills to be skill all, but I'm going to create a resource because we are going to use Vue.js. I'm going to create the resource and manipulate the data there because I want to display also the image here. So let's open the terminal and let's close for a little bit the npm and say artisan make a resource, and I'm going to name it skill resource and then run npm run again. So npm run dev. Okay, let's go now inside the resources to the skill resource and what I want to display here. For the skill, we need only the ID, which is going to be $sign this ID, the name, the same, just say this name. Now the logic is for the image. I want the full URL of the image. So for that, I'm going to say here asset and say storage / dot this image. So here we have the inside the storage / for example skills / the image. Okay, now if I save and let's close this one, instead of skill all, I'm going to cut this and say skill resource collection and paste the skill all here. And let's add that one here. So I'm going to say compact skills. Now we added skills as a prop we need to define in the index. Okay, so after the import, I'm going to say define props, and we have skills, which are an object. Okay. Now we have the skills. If I come here and let's refresh first and let's inspect the elements, go to the view. And here we have skills, and inside the skills we have the data. And here we have an array with all of the skills. And as you can see now, the image is the full URL, what we need. Okay, let's go and make a v4 in the table. What we need for the table to display, we need to display the ID. So here is going to be the ID, the name, and the image. So ID, name, and the image. This one is going to be empty because here I'm going to add the edit and delete button. So let's close this and remove all of them, leave only one. Okay, yeah. Now in this one, we need to make a v4. So v4 skill in skills.data, because we have data here as we saw earlier. So we have data, skills, data, and then we have the skills. Okay, and we need to add the key to be skill.id key like this. Okay, and here I want to display the skill ID, the skill name, and the image. So let's add the image with a source. We need to bind the source because the source is coming from skill.image like this. And here is going to be the edit and delete buttons. Now let's save and let's go and see what we have. So here, yeah, we have something like this. We don't have the image because we need to run the PHP artisan storage link. So let's go inside the terminal and run artisan storage column link to create a some link, and npm run dev, close this, come here and refresh. Again, why we don't have the images. Source image, source skill image. Yeah, we have the storage. Yeah, I make a mistake in the, I think, in the resource. Yeah, in the resource, let's say storage like this, and let's refresh. Yeah, here we have all the images. Just let's add in the image, I'm going to add some classes. So let's say width 12 and height 12 and rounded full. Rounded full like this, save. And yeah, that's it, the table. Okay, that's it about this video. In the next video, we are going to display the projects. So see you there. Hello friends, welcome. Now the same thing I want to do in the projects. For that, let's go here and I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to create a resource for the project. So artisan make resource and I'm going to name it project resource. Hit enter and then let's run npm run dev. Okay, if I go inside the resources, we have the skill resource, now we have the project resource. And let's go in the skill resource and copy this return. Here, close, and then go to the project, place that return. Now here we need the ID, the name, the image. Very good. We need also the skill ID, the project URL. So let's say skill underscore ID and let's say $sign this skill ID, the project URL, which is going to be this project URL. Now in the skill, in the projects, I want to display the ID name, the image, and also I want to display the skill name. So one way is to add a skill as an object. So instead of this, I just can add skill here and say this skill because we have the relationship. And we can say not something like this, but just say $sign this when loaded and add the skill, or leave it as it is because we need only the skill ID and the skill name. I'm going to say skill name to be $sign this skill name. Now this is for ID, this is for name. As I said, if you want, you can add the skill here and we can remove that. And here we can say also we can say new skill resource and say this when it's going to load the relationship, this when loaded the skill. Okay, if I save like this and now inside the project controller on the index, I'm going to say $sign projects is going to be with project resource collection and add project all. Okay, and here let's add compact projects. Very good. If I save, let's go to the index view in the projects here, and we need to have defined the projects here. So define props projects, which is going to be an object. Now if I save, and let's go to the project, refresh, inspect the element. If I go to the view, on the index we have projects, we have data, and we don't have any project right now. I have removed that. So if I create new project, I'm going to say short URL. Let's say the URL, this one, and I'm going to choose this as an image. Let's say store. Okay, now inside the index we have projects data with an array, and as you can see we have only the ID, name, image, and the project URL, but the skill we don't have, because inside the project resource we set new skill resource, this when loaded. Now if I go inside the project controller, instead of project all, we can say project with the skill relation, get like this. And let's refresh now, and let's inspect the elements again. Go to the view. In the object now we have also the skill object, which has the ID, image, and the name. Now if you like this, okay. If you don't like, we just can change and add only the ID, the skill ID, and the skill name. Okay. Now let's display the table, and I'm going to go inside the skills index. When we have the table, I'm going to copy that. So this div, and I'm going to put after the div, after the button we have in the projects. So here we have the div with the button. After this one, I'm going to paste this. Just now we need to display the ID, the name, the image, and let's copy and display and duplicate this. And after the name, I'm going to add the skill. Okay, and here instead of skill, we need to say, so let's select all. I need to say project. If I save, and let's go, in the project we have the ID, the name, the skill. Now the skill is going to display the image because we don't have the skill. So if I copy the name and duplicate that, and instead of name, we need to say skill project skill dot name, because we have skill as an object. And as you can see, now we have the ID, the name, the skill, and the image. Okay, that's it about this video, friends. See you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with edit and delete. So let's go inside the resources, JS, pages, skills, index, and here now I'm going to add a link for edit and another link to delete. We have the link here. Now inside I want to add the link. I'm going to bind the href, and this is going to go to the road skills dot edit. We need to add the skill ID, so let's add skill dot ID, and I want to bind this because we use roads helper. Okay, we added the skill ID. Very good. Now let's add the class. and I'm going to say font medium. This is going to be text blue 500. On hover, the text is going to be blue 700. And I'm going to say margin right 2 for this one. And let's say edit. Now copy and duplicate this. This is going to be road skills delete. We added the skill ID, change the color to be red. And also here we need to say delete. But now we need to send a post request here, a delete request, and delete the skill. And if you go to the Inertia.js, so let's say inertiajs.com, go to the links, we have here method post or put patch delete as button and type button. So let's do that for us here on the delete. I'm going to say method to be delete as a button, and type is going to be button. Okay, let's save and let's see what we have. Refresh. We need to run the npm run dev. Okay, and we have error, I think. Go to the console. Skills is not in there. Yeah, not skills delete, but skills destroy. Okay, refresh. And we have something like this now. If we go here, skills 2 edit, skills 3 edit, and so on. Right now, nothing happened because we don't have in the controller, skill controller. Let's remove this show, we don't need that. So on the edit, we just say here the ID and nothing returning. So let's, instead of the ID, I'm going to add the road model binding. So add a skill, $skill, like this. And we need to return inertia render the component. So let's say return inertia render. And what we need to render, a component, but we don't have the edit component. So let's go to the skills, and inside the create, I'm going to select all here, copy. And or let's save this as edit view. Edit.view. Okay, and now in this skill controller, we are going to render that. So inside the skills slash, we have this edit, and we need to add the skill here. So compact skill. Let's save it. Let's go to the edit, and here we added a prop skill. We need to define in our component. So let's say define props, and we have a skill which is an object. Okay, let's go and let's refresh. Go to this one, and we have skills to edit, and we need to assign this name with the skill name. Okay, for that I'm going to create a props constant. So const props is going to be with defined props. And here now, instead of empty string, I'm going to say props dot skill. And if we have that skill, I'm going to get the name. The image is going to be null. And yeah, we have HTML. Okay. Now we are not going to send form post because we are going to update the image. And if you go to the file uploads, as I said, when we uploading files using a multi-part form data, request is not natively support in some language for the put, patch, or delete. So for those methods, I'm going to use Inertia. We need to import the Inertia first. So let's go here and say import Inertia from Inertiajs Inertia. Okay, and then instead of this road, I'm going to say, so let's remove this. And on the submit, I'm going to say Inertia. We have imported that dot post. And where we want to post that, I'm going to add backticks. And we need to post in the skills slash, and I'm going to add the props dot skill dot id. Okay. And here now I want to change the method. For that is going to be all the, so the method I'm going to override to be put like this. And now the name is going to be the same. So the name is going to be form dot name, and the image is going to be form dot image. Okay. And that's it, what we want to change here. Also, instead of new skill, I'm going to say edit skill here, and also in the title, edit skill. Form is submit, and I think everything is okay. So if I save and let's go and refresh, yeah, everything is okay. Good. Now let's go here inside the controller, skill controller. For the update, also I'm going to change this to be skill $skill. And first of all, I'm going to create the image variable to assign with $skill image. So by default, this image variable is assigned to the skill image, which is the path of the image. Okay, then I'm going to validate the name. We have only the name to be required when we update it. So let's say $request validate, and I'm going to say name is going to be required, and also let's say minimum of 3 characters. Okay. Then I'm going to check if we choose the image here. So if the request has file, if request has file and the name of the file is image, what we need to do? First, we need to delete the image belong to this skill and then reassign assign the image with a new uploaded image. We are going to upload and assign this image with that one. So I'm going to first delete that. So storage. And I'm going to say delete and add $sign skill image, or we just say image because we have assigned the image here. And then I'm going to say down there $sign image to be equal to the request file image store, and we need to add skills here as a folder. Now, if we have the image, this image has a new path. Okay, now let's update the skill. So $sign skill update, and we need to update the name, which is going to be $sign request name, and the image is going to be, if we have a new image, or otherwise the same the skill has. And let's return and redirect back to the admin to the skills index. So return, redirect, and the route is skills.index. Okay, let's save and let's see what we have here. Refresh. If I go to the skills and let's edit HTML, I'm going to say HTML1, and we need to change also this store. And as we can see, we have HTML1 here. So let's go to the edit and the form, button of the form, we have store. Let's change this to be update. Okay, edit this again. We have update here, and let's remove the one, update. Yeah, now let's change the image. I'm going to change the image. So let's add Laravel, for example, here, and I'm going also to change back the name. So right now we are going to change name and image. Click update, and as you can see, the name is changed and also the image. And let's now fix back what we need here. We need the HTML, click update, and everything works correctly. Now let's work with the delete. So we send when we click, we send the request to the destroy method here. Let's just add skill, $sign skill. Okay, and what we need to do here, first we need to delete the image belong to this skill, and then delete the skill and redirect back. So first I'm going to copy this redirect. Oh no, we just need to redirect back. So let's delete the image, and I'm going to copy this one. Storage, delete skill image, then skill delete, and then let's return redirect back. Okay, save, and let's come here and refresh. Now I'm going to delete this next.js, and as you can see, the next.js is no longer here. And of course, if I go inside the storage, app, public, skills, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. and why we have them. So let's see what we have. Laravel, React. We have two Laravels here. Three. But we don't have the Next.js. Okay, now let's go and create that Next.js. So Next.js again, let's choose the file, Next.js PNG, and say store. And we have that here. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to work with projects edit and delete. In the previous video we worked with skills, and the same thing we are going to do with projects. So let's go in the VS Code, and now I'm going to go here in the skills and copy the links we have here. Okay, and let's go in the projects index and paste that inside here when we have the edit and delete. Okay, now we need to change the skills to be, so let's select all when we have skill here and change the project. Okay, so this is going to be the route projects edit and the project ID, and this projects destroy, the method delete as a button and type a button. Let's save and let's go here, and as you can see now we have the edit and delete here. Very good. We need to create also the edit page here, so component. I'm going to save the create as edit, so let's save this as a edit component. Okay, and we have skills. We need also the project to define here is going to be an object, and let's go also and open this project controller, and here when we have the show I'm going to remove, and when we have the edit I'm going to add the project $project, so route model binding, and here we need to get all the skills, so the same thing we have on the create. Let's copy and paste it here. Oh, sorry. Copy again and paste it here. Then we need to return inertia render, and we need to render that component. So inside the project we created the edit component. We need to render that and add props for project and also skills. Okay, let's save this and let's see now if I click here. Skills. I'll refresh again. Controllers. Oh yeah. Sorry for that. We need to add skills like this, and now refresh, edit. Yeah, we are in the projects 3 edit. I want to add the name here, the URL, and also the skill to be selected. So let's go to the edit. We have this one, and I'm going to say here the same thing we have done for the skills. So const props is going to be able to define props, and now we have the project as props project assign the name to be props.project.name. The same thing for the skill ID and for the project URL. So let's say, copy that, paste it here and paste it here. This is not going to be name, but skill ID. And also this is going to be project URL, like this. Let's save it. And yeah, I refresh. And also this is Laravel by default. Okay, now everything is good. Let's work when we update. And as I said, we need to work with the Inertia here. So let's go and import the Inertia. Import Inertia from Inertiajs Inertia. And here now we are going to do the same thing we have done in the skills. So let's remove this and say inertia.post. And I'm going to add backticks and say /projects/ and we need to add the props project ID here. So props.project.id. And then let's change the method to be put. And now add the name, which is going to be form.name. The image form.image. Also the skill ID is going to be form.skill ID. And the last one is the project URL. So project URL to be form.project URL, like this. And we use form, but also we can use reactive. So if you go here as an example, when we have forms, yeah, we can use the reactive from view and create a constant for a form and use that here. But I'm going to do like this. Okay, I think we are okay. We added the method, the name, image, skill, and the project URL. Let's save this and let's go in the project controller on the update here. First, let's change this to be project $project, so the route model binding. And as I said in the previous video for the skill, first I'm going to create the variable for the image. So $image is going to be equal to the project image. So project image. Okay, then we need to validate the data. So here we have this one. Let's copy that and paste it here. Validate the image, and we need to validate the name and the skill, not the image. And also the project URL is not required. So we have the validation. Okay, then we are going to check if the request has image. So let's say if the request has file image, we are going to delete the image we have and update the image variable with a new one. So let's say storage facade. Okay, delete. And we need to add here the project image, the path, and then assign this image with a new one. So I'm going to say equal to the request file with name image, and we want to store inside the projects. Okay, now we have the image. We need to update the project, and let's say project update and add to the image. Sorry, first the name, which is going to be the request name. Okay, the skill ID is going to be the request skill underscore ID. Project URL is going to be request project URL, and the image, which is going to be the image we have. So image like this, $ image, and we are okay. Now we need to redirect. Here why we redirected, but yeah, we redirect the project index. So let's copy that and paste it here. And let's save now. Let's go and let's see what we have. Refresh. Let's say short URL 1. We need to change also the store here, and the name is updated. Okay. Let's go to the edit and change that from store to be update like this. We are not using form post now, so we don't have that. So let's remove this. And let's see, refresh again. And now I'm going to change also the image and the skill to be, for example, Node.js, short URL, Node.js. I'm going to say, let's leave it the URL blank, and let's choose the image Node.js. Click update. We have changed the image, changed the skill, and changed the name. Everything worked correctly. Let's work with the delete now. And on the destroy here, we are going to say project $project, and let's delete the image first, and then let's delete the project. Okay, and we need to return back. So when we have this here, let's copy that, paste it, and save. Refresh, click delete, and we don't have that. Okay, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Don't forget, if you like the video and subscribe to my channel. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to add the flash message. I'm going to display a banner here, so when we create a new skill or new project, I am in the projects create. And if I just say store now, yeah, we have validation. We don't have validation for skill. And why we don't have that? So let's go inside the projects, create.view, and Oh yeah, we need to add the breeze input error. So let's copy that. And paste it here. Just change the B skill underscore ID, hit save. And now we have the skill field is required. Very good. Let's create a new skill. Let's say HTML. Name is going to be just HTML1. I'm going to add this URL here. And I'm going to choose a file. Let's choose the HTML PNG. And let's say store. Okay. Now let's go to the edit. So when we store a new project, I want to have a banner here to say, for example, the project created successfully. When we edit, the same thing. So let's choose Node.js and say update, the same thing. And when we delete, the same thing. The same thing for the skills. So for that, I'm going to go inside of layouts. And in the authenticated layout, because we use authenticated layout here, I'm going to add, so before the nav, or here, I'm going to add a div with a class to be p4. I'm going to add margin bottom of 4. Text is going to be small, and I'm going to say text to be blue 700. Okay. And let's say the BG to be blue 100. And on the dark mode to be BG blue maybe 300 or 400 here. Okay. And on the dark, I'm going to change the text also to be blue 800. Okay. I'm going to give it a role to be alert. And now let's display a div here. Let's say a div with class to be max with 7XL. And I'm going to add MX auto here to be in the center. And let's display the text here. Now how we can display the text is if you go to the Inertia, if you don't know. And we have the shared data and we have flash message here. We can add the flash and the message. So inside the handle inertia request, we can add this flash message. So let's copy that and let's go inside the handle inertia request. Okay, here we have the authentic auth, also the Ziggy, and let's add the flash message. Okay, let's save it, close this one. And now to display, we first check if the page props flash message, if we have the message, and we can display the message like this. So let's copy that. And I'm going to add this on this div. So this div is going to display only if the page props flash has a message. And now let's display the message. So inside the div here, I want to display that. Let's save and let's see what we have here. Right now we don't have nothing. Okay. Now if I go and create a new project or skill, so let's go inside the controllers now. In the project controller, when we store in a new project. Here we redirect to the project's index, and I'm going to say redirect but with the message. And the message is going to be, for example, project created successfully. Okay. Now if I save this and let's go and create a new project, let's select HTML, also HTML here, add the, or leave it blank, the URL. Let's choose the image and let's say store. And as you can see, now we have the project created successfully. Okay, now the same thing I want when we edit and when we delete that. So let's go and let's copy this. So on the update, I'm going to do the same thing. We just change project updated. You can say what you want. And also when we delete, we can say project deleted. Save. Now let's go also on the skill controller and do the same. Now instead of project, I'm going to say skill deleted. And let's copy that. When we update, we can say skill updated. And when we store a new one, we can say skill created. Let's save it and let's see now in the action. So edit this. I'm going to add the URL here and click update. Project updated. Okay, let's delete this and the project deleted. Let's go to the skills. New skill, just test, choose a file and say store, skill created. Let's go to this test and I'm just going to say something like this, skill updated, and let's delete now, and skill deleted. Okay, I think we are okay with the banner. We can show the message when we create and when we edit and delete. Just let me just see if the validation works here. No. On the update, we don't have validation because if you go inside the resources, JS, pages, projects, edit, we say here form error project, but we use Inertia, not post a form post. We use Inertia. So for that we need to say $sign page dot props dot errors dot image. Okay, let's copy that and do the same thing for the project URL, the same for the name, and the same for the, we don't have for the skill, so let's copy that and paste it here and change this to be skill ID. Okay, let's save it. And as you can see now, the name field is required, the URL is not required. On the update also the image is not required. But if we click update, the name field is required. Okay. Also in the skill, if I remove that, click update, nothing happened. So we need to do the same thing on the skills edit when we have the form errors image, we need to say $page dot props dot errors, and also on the name $page dot props dot errors name, save, and now the name field is required. Okay friends, that's it about this video. Now we have everything done for the backend. We have a CRUD for skills and for the projects. Okay, so see you in the next one, friends. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So for the backend we are okay. We have created the CRUD for skills and for the projects. Now let's get started and work with the front end. In this video I'm going to customize my Tailwind CSS. So if you go to the tailwindcss.com in the theme configuration, here we have an example of what we can do. And let's go in my Tailwind config.js. And let's remove this. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to add first the font family. And I'm going to say here, for me, the primary is going to be the playfar display. And I'm going to add one more for the body, which is going to be the work sans. Now, if you copy this, and if you don't like, you can go in the fonts.google.com and search for any fonts you like and add that. Or so if I paste that, here we have, and we can select what we want. For example, the regular 400, regular 400 italic, medium 500, and so on. And go and you can copy the link, or you can copy the import and add that to the CSS. So for example, let's go in my resources, CSS, app CSS, and we can add it here, or we can copy the link and let's go inside the views, app blade, and we can add in here. I have added. So let's remove this. I have added the playfar display and also the work sans here. So you can do what you want. So add semi-bold, also the bold and extra bold. So you can play with that, what you want. And add to the app blade. Okay, now we have the font family. I'm going to add also the container here. And I'm going to say, I'm going to override the padding to be the default. The default is going to be 1 rem, and on large I'm going to say 3 rem. Okay, next. So let's close this. After the container, I'm going to add extend. And here I'm going to override the colors. Okay, so for when we use extends, we override. You go here when you have extending the default, yeah. If you like to preserve the default values for a theme option, but also add new values, add your extension under the extends. So preserve the default values for a theme option, but also add new values. Okay. So let's go in here, and I'm going to add the colors here. So let's say colors. Now for colors, if you go to this colorhunt.co, I find this is popular. So if you go to the popular, yeah, this one. And I created my light mode based on this one. So here it is. And also I created a dark mode for this one. Okay. And I'm going to use them. So this is for the light and this is for the dark. Let's come here and I'm going to say colors is going to be light primary, and I'm going to add the primary color here. Okay. Now this is going to be secondary, and let's copy the secondary color. The third is going to be light tile 100, and let's copy this and paste it here. And the last one, I'm going to name it tile 500, and let's copy the color. Okay. Paste it here. I'm going to copy all of them. And now just change this light to be dark. So dark primary, secondary, and not tail, but I'm going to say Navi here. And now let's go to the dark mode and select the primary color and add here the dark primary. The secondary is this one. Okay, this is the Navi 500. And this is going to be 100. Okay. We are okay with the colors here. I'm going to add also the accent color. And I'm going to say here the default is going to be this color here. And I'm going to add also on hover to change the color. And the last one, I'm going to add a paragraph color to be this one. Now, also I'm going to add the blue one. Sorry. Blue color. And I'm going to get the colors dot blue. Also add the indigo to be colors dot blue. Dot indigo, and maybe the green color to be colors dot green, and the last one, the red colors, is going to be colors dot red. And I think we're okay here. Just we need to import the. So let's, after this one, I'm going to create a const for colors and require Tailwind CSS colors. Okay, let's save that and let's go now and open the app CSS, because I'm going to add some classes here. By default, I'm going to add a layer. So let's add a layer here, and I'm going to say base and add a body So I'm going to copy and paste here. I have created, so I'm going to apply the font body, what we added in the Tailwind config.js font body, text paragraph, okay, and leading 6 and BG gray 200. I'm going to add also to apply some classes for the heading. So text slate 900 on dark text white, and it's going to be font primary. Also for the section, I have created some classes. So I'm going to apply on the section, apply py12 and on large py32. For the section title, I'm going to say apply text 3XL, large text for Excel, font medium and large, font extra bold. Okay. Also, I have created a button. So let's paste it here. And here is the button, PY4, PX7 font, and maybe just say here PX5, not, I think it's too much, 7, maybe 6. Okay. And you can find the text, the styles here. I'm just going to copy and paste because I want to save some time. And also because we are going to have the contact form, I have created the input and the text area. So let's copy and paste it here. Here we have the input and the text area, and I added this on the dark. Now here we have BG light secondary. On dark we need to say dark BG secondary. Sorry. On dark we need to say BG dark secondary, and also here to say dark secondary, text paragraph, and all the other classes. We are okay. And the last one, I'm going to create this one, which is just applied text accent here. Okay, friends, so that's it about the configuration of my Tailwind CSS, and see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome. Now in the previous video we modified the Tailwind CSS. In this video I'm going to create the front-end layout and the header. So let's go first inside the resources JS layouts, and let's create new file here, and I'm going to say frontend.view. I name it frontend. Okay, let's add first the script, and I'm going to add the setup here, and let's add also the template. Now inside the template I'm going to add the parent div, and I'm going to say give it a class of bg slate 200, and on the dark mode I'm going to give it a bg slate 900. Okay, let's close this, and now here I want to add the header, the navigation. Then I'm going to add a main with a class to be min edge screen, and inside let's add this default slot. So here is going to be all of our sections. Then after this I'm going to add the footer. Okay, That's it for the front end. We don't have the header and the footer now. And let's go and create the header in this video. So first let's create a folder and I'm going to name it front end, and inside there a new file, and I'm going to name header.view. Let's add the script setup here, and let's add also the template. Now I have the resources for the Tailwind CSS here, and I'm going to copy the flow byte. You can go and choose your own, but I'm going to choose the flow byte here. Let's go and grab the navbar from here. Yeah, and I'm going to get the default navbar. So this one, let's copy that. And inside the header, let's paste that in. Save. Now if I go here, nothing is happened because inside the pages, welcome, we just say add the title. And let's remove them for now. We don't need that. Let's add also the front end layout here and just say front end. Let's close that. And we have the front end here. Let's save it. And if I refresh, now we need to add this header to the front end layout. Let's go and add the front end, the header here. Okay, self close that. And we have imported up here. Let's save. And let's see now. Here we have the navigation. If I inspect the elements, and here we have also for the small breakpoints, but we don't have the on-click to show and hide. And that's it, very easy because we are using Vue.js, so we can modify that. Let's first, I'm going to import the ref from Vue, and let's create here a const, and I'm going to name it show mobile menu, and by default it's going to be ref false. Now we have a button here as we saw here. Yeah, when we click to this button, I want to change. So on click of this button, I want to change that show mobile menu to be what the show mobile menu isn't. Okay, and then I'm going to go down there. We have this hidden, and let's remove that. I'm going to add that class only. So let's bind that. Add the hidden class only if the show mobile menu is true. So let's save this now, and let's go and inspect the element. And by default, yeah, here we have now. Show mobile menu, true, false, true, false. Okay, let's change because I don't like the colors here. We have modified our Tailwind CSS, so let's go. Here we have BG white. By default, I'm going to say BG light primary. Or let's add a secondary. Let's leave it primary, and also on the dark mode to be BG dark primary. Okay, if I save and let's come here, we have something like this. Now I want also to change, I don't want this BG there, so when we have, let's inspect the elements inside. On the UL, we have BG gray. Let's change that to be BG light secondary, and on the dark mode, BG dark secondary. Let's save it. And yeah, right now we have something like that. On the light mode, I'm going to change the be dark mode, and we have something like this: light, dark. Just I don't want this BG blue, so this BG blue is here, and I want the BBG light, and I'm going to say tail 500. On the dark, this is for the light, for the default. On the dark mode, I'm going to say BG to be dark Navi 100. And the text is going to be blue on the MD. Let's leave it for now. On dark is going to be text white. And text white is by default, so I don't know why we have also here text white. So let's save and let's see. Yeah, now we change this. And also if I change on the light mode and on the dark mode, and I think it's okay. Okay friends, that's it about this video. We have this kind of just why we have that also here and also in the dark mode. I don't want a separate color, and that's it here on MD PG white. I'm going to remove this MD the BBG white here. We are in the UL. Because we have this BG light secondary here. Okay. Yeah, now we don't have that, and also we lost on the here, but I think it's okay. So again, if I change the dark mode, yeah, we have something like that. And on the light mode, something like that. Just if you see here on the dark mode, this we have a border gray 100. So let's say not border gray 100, but border light tail 500. And on the dark mode, I'm going to say border to be dark Navi 100. Let's save and let's see now what we have. Yeah, we have this. Come here and yeah, on the dark mode and on the light mode, and I think we are okay with that. Okay friends, that's it about this video, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video, I'm going to create the footer. So let's go in the VS Code and inside the JS components frontend. Here I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name it footer.view. Here let's add first the script and let's say setup. Okay. And then let's add the template. Okay. For the footer, I'm going to add a footer here. So let's say footer and let's give it some classes. I'm going to add by default the BBG light secondary and the B light like this. Okay, light secondary, and on the dark mode is going to be BG dark secondary. And I'm going to give it a PY 12. Okay. Next, I'm going to add a container and MX auto to center. So let's add a div with the class container and MX auto. Okay. Now I want to add another div. So let's say a div with a class to be flex gold, and on the MDN up is going to be flex row. Okay, I'm going to give it a space y to be 6, so space y6, and on the space y6 here on the large I'm going to remove that. So large, I'm going to say space y0, and I'm going to say items center and say justify between. Okay. Now in this div, I'm going to add a div for and inside the logo and then a paragraph. So a div, which is going to be the logo, and a paragraph. So with a class, let's say text. We have a paragraph. So let's say text paragraph. And I'm going to say opacity to be something like this. And let's get with the text an arbitrary value of 50 pixels. Okay, and then inside I'm going to say add copy 2022, and I'm going to say laraveler.com all right reserved. Okay. Inside this div, let's give it some classes to this div first. So class flex space x6 items center and justify center. Okay, inside here now add the logo. So add the image with the class to be h8 and with auto. Now the source is going to be http portfolio dot test slash image slash the logo dot png. I have added this, and let's say alt to be laraveler.com. Let's close this, and I think we're okay. Now let's go and see what we have by adding this footer inside the front end layout. So in the layouts, we need to add here, add the footer, self-close that, and click save. We need to run the npm run dev, because otherwise it's going to show the welcome blade. Okay, here is the header and here is the footer. Now the header has the primary and the footer has the secondary color. Here we have the Laravel all rights served, and we have the logo here and here. And I think we are okay. On the small, we have something like that. And if I change on the dark mode, yeah, we're okay. Good. Now let's go inside the VS Code, and on the pages, welcome page, here when we have the front end, and this is front end layout. So let's say layout here, and let's copy that and just get more nice, I think, here. Now, what we need to add here is going to be our sections. So I'm going to add the hero section, the first one. Let's say hero section here, and the hero section is going to have the primary color. After the hero section, I'm going to add a promote section. Promote section is going to be a small section, so I'm going to add a tail 100 color background. Okay, after this I'm going to add the about section, and let's say uppercase here and here. On the about section I'm going to add the secondary color, and after this I'm going to add also skills section, and here is going to be the same tail 100, because also this one is going to be small. Here we are going just to promote maybe a course or something like that, and here I'm going to display all the logos. We have the skills for the logos of skills. Okay, next, what we can display here, after the skills I'm going to display the portfolio, so all the projects, and the portfolio is going to have the primary color. Okay, after the portfolio I'm going to display services section, so what we offer for our clients, so for example web design or web development, app development, and so on. And services is going to have the secondary color. And the last one is going to be the contact section, which is going to have the primary color. Okay, so we have a hero primary, then we have a small, we have tile 100, we have secondary, tail 100, and then primary, secondary, primary. Okay, now that's it about this video. In the next video, let's get started with the hero section. So see you there. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to create the hero section. You can go and find some hero section on the resources I showed to you, so on all of them. So let's copy this, and here I am in the Tailwind components. We have some hero sections here. Also on the Tailwind UI, we have this one which is free. Let's go to this one also and browse components. So yeah, here we have hero section. Only this one is free, and you can search for yours, but I'm going to create from scratch. So let's go inside the VS Code, JS components, front end, and let's create a new component, and I'm going to name it hero.view. Okay, let's add the script here. Setup, and then add the template. Okay, and here I'm going to add a section. So let's say section. I'm going to give it ID of home because we need that for navigation. And let's add class. So I'm going to add on large with add the hedge to be 85 V hedge. And I'm going to add flex, items, center, and I'm going to give it a BG. We have primary for this one, so BG light primary, and on the dark mode, we're going to give it a BG dark primary. Okay, let's give it a POI 32. We have that on the section. On large, I'm going to say POI 0 because we have by default. And let's say overflow hidden. Okay. Now what we need here, I'm going to add first the container to be mxauto. So let's add a div with class container mxauto to center that, and I'm going to say hedge to be full. Okay. Now here I'm going to copy paste the divs I have created just to save some time. Okay, now inside the container, I'm going to add a div with flex items center, h full, and padding top to be 8. Then I'm going to add another div class flex1 flex and give it a flex call, items center large, items start, and here I'm going to add a paragraph, and I'm going to say here, hey, I'm Jen. You can add, for example, hey, I am Tony. Okay, then I'm going to add the h1. So after the paragraph, I'm going to add a h1 with text for Excel leading 44 pixels, MD text 5XL, MD leading tight, and LG text 7XL, large also leading 1.2, font bold, MD tracking -2 pixels. And here I said just I build and design web interfaces. Okay, after this one, I'm going to add a paragraph, just lorem ipsum. So after this h1, sorry, and in this paragraph I add padding top to 4, bottom padding bottom 8, MD padding top 6, and MD padding bottom 12. Max width 480 pixels, text light large, sorry, and text center. On large, text is going to be on the left. And here we have some lorem ipsum. I'm going to add also a button. With a class button, we have created that. And button MD, BG accent, on hover BG light secondary, MD BTN large, and transition all. And here I just said worked with me. We can add a link here, or we can add a link to go to the contact form maybe, but let's leave it for now. And then I'm going to add another div. So after this, let's close this div now. So here, and after this div, I'm going to add another div, hidden large flex, flex1, and justify and items and nh full. And here I'm going to add the image. So let's say image with source and also alt. Now if I save and let's go in the welcome page, welcome view, here when we have a hero, I'm going to add that. So let's say hero. Okay, self close, and let's save it. And let's see what we have right now. We have something like this. I built and designed web interfaces. Here I'm Tony, and I think we are okay. We just need to change this on hover. The text is going to be something else. So when we have a button on hover, the text, so let's say on hover, the text is going to be light tail 500. Let's save it. And yeah, I think now it's okay. Good. We need the image, and for that we are going to say when we have free, we can find free images, and we have free images, Unsplash, and so on, Pixabay. Let's see. You can add your own there, your own image, but I'm going to add this one. I think is okay. So let's download that. And I'm going to say hero. Okay, so let's save it. And now I'm going to move this to my project. So, okay, now I have moved that to my project. So if I open the public images, here is the hero JPG, and let's add that inside here. So http portfolio dot test slash image slash the hero dot jpeg. Okay, let's give it alt as a hero, and let's save this. Let's go and yeah, refresh that. Just I don't like this because it's on the, I want on the center here. So flex 1, justify, and items center. Yeah, I think now is okay. Maybe we can add also some rounded corners. Let's say large, let's save, and let's see why we don't have a rounded large. Oh, not here. Cut, and on the image, add the class with rounded large. Yeah, I think it's okay now. Now let's go and inspect the element. Yeah, we have something like this. This is hidden. If you want the show also, we can add just the bflex. And yeah, here it is. We need also flex items center, and we need to say here flex goal. On the MD and up is going to be flex row, and save it. And yeah, we have something like this. Just so on this div, I'm going to add margin top to be 8, and MD margin top is going to be 0. I don't want only on the, yeah, now I think it's okay. And if we are, yeah, we have something like this. Okay, also we need to see on the dark mode, so I'm going to change on dark mode, and I think it's okay. It's looking good. Just inspect elements. Yeah. How you think? I think it's okay for me. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and if you like, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like the video. Just one more thing on hover. Let's change this. Where is the button? Button is here. On hover, we have the BG light secondary and so on. Just let me copy this, duplicate, and I'm going to say on dark, hover, I'm going to say BG dark secondary, and also here on dark hover, the text is going to be dark Navi 100. Let's save and let's see now. I think now it's okay. Good. See you in the next one, friends. Hello, friends. Welcome. In this video, I'm going to create the promote section and also the about section. So if I go inside the resources, JS, pages, welcome page, we need the promote and also the, I'm going to create also the about because the promote is very easy. I'm going to copy from the Tailwind components. So let's go here and I'm going to copy just this one. So let's select the view and let's copy that. Go inside now, components, front end, and create the promote.view and paste that code in. Just remove this one and add this promote in here. So let's save and let's add the promote here. Okay. And let's save and let's see now what we have on our portfolio. Yeah, here we have this. We need to change something. So let's go. And first we are going to change the BG not to be gray, but we have our colors. So let's say BG light tail 100. On the dark mode is going to be BG dark, and I'm going to say Navi 500. Okay, then we have MX Auto, max width 7XL, or we can say container. So let's add container here. And we have PL12, PX4, small PX6. Okay. Items center, good. On the H2 we have text gray 900. Ready to dive in. Yeah, it's okay, but if we go in the dark mode, so let's change the dark mode to see how it's going to look. Yeah, we don't have a dark mode here, so let's save first, and now let's see. Yeah, so this text is going to be something different. Here we have text gray 900, and I'm not going to say text gray 900, I'm going to say text light tail 500, and on the dark mode is going to be text dark Navi 100. Let's save, and this is on the dark mode, and if I change on the light mode we have something like this. Okay, also I want to change this color, so instead of this one I'm going to say by default text light maybe primary, and on the dark mode text is going to be dark primary. Let's save, and yeah, we have something like that. Okay, let's change on the dark mode, and we have something like this. Or maybe let's change text by default to be dark, and on the dark is going to be white. Text white, text dark, maybe text dark primary. Yeah, and I'm going to change the button. So button here, get started. The second I'm going to remove, we need only one. Here, for example, go to my Udemy course, and let's change to be the same button we have here, or we can give it some classes. So instead of BG Indigo, I'm going to say BG Light Secondary, and on the dark mode is going to be BG Dark Secondary. On hover is going to be BG Light Primary, and the same thing on dark hover is going to be BG dark primary. Let's save it. The text is going to change. So we have text white by default, but text is going to be dark primary. And on the dark mode, the text is going to be white. Let's save. Yeah, we have something like this. Okay. Now if I go and change on the dark mode, and I think it's okay for now. Yeah. Now let's work with the about section. So let's go here, close the promote, and close also this one. And inside the front end, let's create a new file about.vue. Oh heck, okay. Now first thing, let's add the template here. We don't need the script. And I'm going to add a section. Okay, I'm going to give it the ID about. And let's give it some classes. So class, the B section, I'm going to give it a class section, and BG light secondary, and on dark mode is going to be BG dark secondary. Okay. Now we need to add a container mxauto, so div with the class container mxauto. Good. Now inside this div, I'm going to add a div with the image. So let's I'm going to copy and paste it here to save some time. I added a div with flex called on extra large flex row. Then I'm going to add the image, and I have the image here. So if you go inside the images, here's the about. You can go and download from the Unsplash or anywhere you want. You can add your own. And here I added the image, class object cover hedge full width. I added an arbitrary value of 566 pixels, MD mxauto and large mx0 rounded to XL. Just here is going to be portfolio test. Okay, and alt is going to be about. After this, I'm going to add another div. So after the image, we need to close that. Okay, add the div with flex call, item center, text center, and large item start and text left on the large. Okay, now inside of this one, I'm going to add another div, flex call. So let's just paste it here. And inside this, I'm going to add the heads to about me. So let's copy and paste it here. Heads to with about me, and I added a text 3XL on large 4XL, font medium, large font extra bold, and margin bottom to 3. Now if I save and let's go, we need to add also this on the welcome page to see how it's going to look. So here we have about. Let's add that about here. And yeah, here we have now the about. I added this on the right and this one on the left. Now you can play with that, or you can leave it as I have done. And if I change the on the light mode, it's going to look like this. Go to the about. Okay, now we have the about me. I'm going to add a paragraph here. So let's just, after the div, the H2, paragraph, margin bottom 4, and text accent, freelance front-end web developer. I'm going to add also the horizontal line. Opacity 5. Now if I save and let's go, it's not going to look, or we can say just opacity. And now we can see, and also on the dark, I'm going to change that to be opacity 5. Now if I save and let's go and change this on the dark mode. Yeah, I think it's okay. About me, good. Let's go in the VS Code and I'm going to add a paragraph with lorem ipsum. So you can add about you. Here I add the paragraph with break and also break here. And it's going to look something like this. Okay, let's go back. And inside this div, let's close this div now. Okay, after this div, I'm going to add a button, contact me. And or we can say not button, let's say anchor tag with a shref the key to go inside about contact, sorry. We don't have that, but when we're going to create button md, bg accent, text, slate 200, or we can say text light tail 100. And yeah, here we have contact me, and we can go if we have the contact, but we don't have right now. Let's go and see on the dark mode how it's going to look. It's going to look like this, and I think it's okay. Let's go and see also on the inspect the element. Yeah, here is the about me, and for me it's okay on the light mode. It's going to look like this on the dark mode as it is. Okay friends, that's it about this video. So we created the promote section and the about section. So see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video now let's get started and create the next component, which is the skills. For that we need to get the skills from a database. So I'm going to create, let's terminate the npm and create a controller, artisan make controller, and I'm going to name it welcome controller. Okay, run the npm, run dev again, and let's go inside the roads, web road, and here we can add here, but I don't want that, so let's remove everything and let's say welcome controller here, and the method is going to be welcome. You can name it what you want. I'm going to give it also the name welcome, and let's save. Let's go now inside this welcome controller and create the welcome method. So here, public function, welcome, and what we need here, we need to have the skills. So I'm going to say skills is going to be equal to skill resource collection and add the skill all here. Okay, now let's return the inertia, render, and add the welcome component here, and also pass the data, so the skills. Right now, because we are going to have also the projects. And let's save. Now let's go in the welcome component and define the skills prop. So here I'm going to go to the welcome and let's say define props, and skills is going to be an object. Okay. Now let's go inside the component frontend and create a new file, and I'm going to name it skills.vue, and here add the script setup, and also we need to define props here, which is going to be skills, and skills is going to be an object. Okay, let's add also the template and let's save. Now in the welcome here, when we have a skills, let's add the skills component. We need to add skills as an prop, so let's say skills like this, and let's self-close it. Okay, save this and then close, also close the controller and close the web. Okay, now inside the template, I'm going to add a section and let's give it a class, and we need the light tail 100, so let's give it a class with bg light tail 100, and on the dark mode is going to be bg dark, and I'm going to say navi 500. The same we have for the promote. So yeah. Okay, let's close this, and also here we need the div container and mx auto. So let's say div class container mx auto, and now I'm going to add the grid here. So let's say div with class grid, and I'm going to say grid calls I think 8 we have, 8 of them. Is code 8, and md I'm going to say grid flow call. Okay, close this. Now inside this I'm going to add the div with a class flex items center and not start, center, and justify center. And also we need to make a v4 here. So v4 skill in skills, we need to add the key, which is going to be skill.id. Okay, and let's close this, and here I'm going to display only the image of the skill. So I'm going to say image with we need to bind the source. The source is going to be skill dot image, I think we have, and I'm going to bind also the alt to be skill dot name, skill dot name, and let's give it a class on large to be h20. Okay, let's close this and let's see now what we have. Let's save this. We need to refresh that. Okay, and we don't have, here is the, but why we don't have the, oh yeah, we need to say here skills dot data, because we have an object, and now as you can see, here is the logos. Now just the Laravel and Vuejs are larger than others, so we need to fix that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here and also I'm going to add by the B12. And let's save. Yeah, now it's more okay. I think we are okay now. So let's open again the promote. And maybe add by16. And I think now we have almost the same age. Okay, just we need to change the height of these two colors, logos. Great, that's it about this video, friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to create the portfolio. So let's go in the VS Code, resources, JS, component, and in the front-end component, let's create new file. I'm going to name it portfolio.view. Okay, add the script here and say setup. Okay, and add the template. Good. Now to the portfolio we need the projects and the skills, because we are going to filter the project based on the skill ID. So for that, let's go first inside the controller, welcome controller, and here we have the skills. Let's get also the projects. Is going to be project control resource, project resource collection, and add project with skill, and I'm going to say get them and add that here. So we added the skills. Let's add also the projects. Very good. Let's save and let's go. Let's close this. Now we added the project as a prop. We need to define on the page. So inside the pages, welcome page, we have skills. Let's define also the projects, which is going to be an object. And here we have a portfolio. Now let's add the portfolio here. We need to add skills, which is going to be the skills we have here, and also the projects, which is going to be the projects we have. And let's close that. Save, close this. And now let's define the, so define props. We have skills, which is going to be an object, and also the projects, the same object. Good. Now let's start and work with the template. I'm going to add a section, and we need the primary, I think. So for the portfolio, we need the primary color. Okay. Let's add a section with ID portfolio and give it a class to be section, BG light primary, and on the dark, the BG is going to be dark primary. Okay, I'm going to give it a min edge, an arbitrary value of 400 pixels. And let's close this. And as always, we add here now a div with a class container and mx auto. Good. Now inside this one, I'm going to add another div, and inside I'm going to add the h2 and a paragraph. So here I added flex call, items center, and text center. And I'm going to add the h2, and I'm going to say my latest work here, h2, and I added a class section title. We have created this inside of the CSS, app CSS. We have the section title here. Okay. Now let's add also a paragraph with a class subtitle, and I'm going to add some lorem ipsum here. And let's see now what is going to look. Yeah, my latest work, and here we have some lorem ipsum. Good. Now after this, we need to display I'm going to display the projects. But to display this, I'm not going to add it here. I'm going to create another component. So inside the front end, let's create a new component, and I'm going to name it projects.view. Let's add a script setup, and let's add also the template. Okay. Now here we need we need to have the skills and the projects in the projects component. So let's get them. So in the site, the setup, let's define the same thing we have here. Define props. Just copy and paste it here. Good. We have skills, projects, and we need to display the projects. Let's start with the design, and then we are going to filter the project based on the skill. So here I'm going to have a div container mxAuto, class container mxAuto. Okay. After this div, I'm going to add a navigation. So if I go into the flow byte, add docs here, and we have tabs, and I'm going to do something like this. Yeah, as you can see, something similar. I'm going to do so. Here I'm going to display the skills, and when we click to the skill, for example, Laravel, I'm going to filter the projects and display only the projects belong to the Laravel skill. Okay. So let's close and let's go to the VS Code. As I said, I'm going to add a navigation here. So just copy and paste class margin bottom 12, border bottom 2, border light, and here I'm going to add my color, which is tile 100, and on dark is going to be text dark navy 100. Okay, after this I'm going to add the UL. Sorry. In here, add the UL with flex call on large flex row, justify evenly and items center. Okay, then let's add an li. And here in this one, I'm going to add the button for all. So we are going to display all the projects. And then I'm going to make a v4 skills and display all the skills. But for this one is going to be for the all when we display all projects. So li with cursor pointer, and I'm going to capitalize and margin 4. And here let's add a button. And I'm going to add some classes. So let's just paste the classes here: flex, text center, px4, py2, hover text, light, tile 100, or maybe for 500. And the same on the dark. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Okay, and I'm going to say all here because it's going to display all the projects. Then we need to create another li. So let's copy. And after that, paste here. And now in this li, I want to make a v4. A v4 skill, or we can say project skill. Maybe it's project skill like this. In skills.data. Okay, and let's add also the key, which is going to be project skill.id. And now here I'm going to add the button. So let's copy the button here. And instead of all, I'm going to display the project skill name. Okay, let's save this and let's see what is going to look. If I added that, we need to add here the projects, because we don't, if we go and refresh, nothing is going to happen here. Yeah, we have only the mylatest work and nothing else. But we need to add the project. So let's say projects, and also we need to add the skills, which is going to be the skills we have here, and the projects is going to be the projects we have. Let's close this and let's see now. And as you can see, we have all the, here is all, and we have the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, Laravel, and all the skills name. If I inspect the element, and we have them like this. Okay. Also, if I change on the dark mode to see what the text is going to look, yeah, it's going to look like this. Okay. Now let's go to the VS Code again. On the projects, we need to display now the projects. After the navigation, let's select the navigation here. So after the navigation, I'm going to add a section to display so let's say section, and I'm going to add a class with grid. I'm going to add the gap y to be 12. On large, I'm going to say grid is going to be equals 3. Okay, and on large, I'm going to say the gap is going to be 8. Let's close this and let's display here the projects. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another component, a project card. So inside the front end, let's create a new component, and I'm going to say a single project dot view. Here we need to add a script, which is going to be setup, and we need to define props here. We are going to have only single project, which is going to be an object. And then let's add the template. Okay. Now here is going to be something like a card. And I'm going to add an anchor tag first. Let's say shref. And the shref is going to bind, because in the project we have also the project URL. So I'm going to say project URL, and let me just open the project resource. We have the project URL here. Okay, so we added on the anchor tag. Good. We can use a link here, so we can import. Let's import the link because we are in the Inertia, and let's import a link from Inertiajs Inertia Vue 3. Okay, and now instead of anchor tag, we can use the link. We added the project URL. Okay. I'm going to add a class here. So let's just paste it here, that class, and let's close it. Okay. Now I'm going to add the image. I'm going to paste it here. Div with class margin bottom 6. And the image has the rounded 2XL and edge 56. The source is the project image and the alt is the project name. Then I'm going to add a span so let's add after the div here, a span with class group hover text light tail 500 is going to capitalize and text accent, text small, and margin bottom 3. And here we display the project skill. So if I open again the project resource, we have the skill here as an resource, and let's say project skill dot name. We need it because the skill is an object. Okay, after the span, I'm going to add a h3, and I'm going to display the project name here. So after this span, class the h3 with class group hover text light again is going to be tail 500. Text to Excel, font semi-bold is going to capitalize and margin bottom 3. And let's see if I save this, and let's go in the projects. And here I'm going to add the single project we have. Okay, so let's say here project, we need to import, sorry, not like this. We need to add the project, yeah. And I'm going to make a v4 here, a v4 project in projects. Let's add the key also, which is going to be the project.id. We need to bind this. And finally, that adds the project as a prop, which is going to be the project like this. And if I save, and I think we have an error, let's go and inspect the elements. Console, reading name cannot undefined. So we added the project. Okay, we need to say projects.data here. Let's save and refresh. Now if I go and see what is going to look, we have only Vue.js. If I go now to the portfolio dashboard, projects, yeah, we have only one project. Now in the next video, I'm going to create some projects, and I'm going to start to work with the filter the projects. Okay, so see you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. Now I have created some projects here, as you can see, and for Laravel I have created 2 projects. And if I go, also I have added my Udemy course here. So if I click, we navigate to my course. Okay, and here we have all the projects. Now let's get started and work with filtering. So if I click to the HTML, I want to display only the projects belong to the HTML skill, and if I click the all, I want to display all the projects, bring them all again. So inside the resources, JS components, front end, we need to work with the projects here. Here, when we say projects data, I want to send the filtered projects. So for that, let's import here, import the ref from Vue. Okay, then I'm going to create a constant for the props. So let's say const props is going to be equal with define props, and then here, now I'm going to say const filtered. I'm going to name it filtered projects. It's going to be by default equal to ref, and here I'm going to add props dot projects dot data. And with that, now let's just copy this, and here when we add projects data, we can add that filtered projects. Now if I save and refresh here, we have the same thing. Okay, now let's go back, and when we have a button here, we have the button for all. When we click here, I want to filter the projects and get all the projects. Otherwise, here we filter by the the skill ID. So let's create a method to filter the projects. So here I'm going to say to create a const. I'm going to name it filter projects. So here we have filtered projects, and here we have a method to filter the projects. And this filter project is going to accept the ID. And I'm going to say, first here we need to check if the ID is equal to this all here. Because we don't have the ID for that, I'm going to say if the ID is triple equal to the string all. If that is the case, I want to say the filtered projects dot value, we need to add the value, is going to be equal to props dot projects dot data, the same. Okay, otherwise else. So if the ID is not this all but is the project skill ID we are going to add here. So let's copy this one and add it on this button. We are going to say on click of this button, I'm going to filter the projects, and here we need to add the ID. And I'm going to add the all for this one. Okay. And for the others, we are going to say on click filter projects is going to call, and here we need to add the project skill dot ID. Now here is the skill ID. With that, now we can say if this is all, we are going to display all the projects. So we are going to reassign the filtered project with this one. Else we are going to say filter projects dot value. So let's copy and paste this. Dot value is going to be equal with props dot projects dot data, and now we need to filter them. Say filter, I'm going to add the project here, and we need to return only the projects has the skill ID the same with this ID here. So let's say return the project, and the project has a skill object, and the skill has the ID. Return the project skill ID is equal to the ID we have. Okay, so if this is all, we assign the filter projects value with projects, all the projects. Otherwise, we filter them and return only the projects where the skill ID is equal to this ID we added here. Let's save and let's see now. If I refresh, we have all the projects, but if I select HTML, we have only the HTML. CSS we don't have, JavaScript, Node.js we have, Laravel we have 2 of them, Vue.js, and so everything, if I click all, yeah, we get all. Good. Now I want, because so if I select Laravel, we have here the Laravel as you can see, but also I want to change the color of the selected skill. So for that, I'm going to come here and create a constant again, and I'm going to name it a selected skill, and by default this one is going to be a ref, and I'm going to say all. By default it's going to be the with the all button. Okay, and here now I'm going to say if we selected that, the selected skill dot value is going to be equal to the ID. What is the ID? So if this ID is all, this is going to be all again. Otherwise, if this is not all, but is something else, we are going to reassign with that. And now we have this skill ID, and if I inspect the elements, we don't need that. Just go to the view. We need to go inside the portfolio projects, and we have this selected skill is all. If I select the HTML, we have the ID 2, Laravel ID 6. Okay. So now we have that. Let's go on the button and apply some classes. So on the first button and on the second. Here I'm going to add a class, add an array, and I'm going to check if the selected skill is the same as all. So if this is hard-coded, selected skill is triple equal to all. Okay, I'm going to say, let's add text light something like this. Okay. By default, it's going to have that text, and on the dark mode, it's going to have this one. So let's copy and paste it here. Otherwise, let's leave it as it is now. If I save, we need to do the same for the others. This is for the all button. This is for the buttons with skill ID. Now here we can say if the selected skill is equal to project skill ID. Project skill dot ID. And do that. Let's save and let's see now. If I refresh. And as you can see, we have the all selected and has changed the color. If I select HTML, yeah, CSS, Laravel, and so on. Now, if you like something like this, okay. If you don't like, so let's add as a button here. Make this as a button so we can add. I'm going to do that on the behind the scenes, and I'm going to show you in the next video. So see you there. Hello friends, welcome. Now I added styles to look as a button. If you like, okay. If you don't like, you can change and you can add your own. Now let's get started and work with another section. So let's go in the VS Code, inside the resources, JS, pages welcome page. We need to work with the services. So inside the components front end, let's create a new file, services.vue. And as always, I'm going to add a script tag with a setup. We don't need the script, but just let's add it, leave it there, and add the template. Let's save and let's go now inside the welcome and add that. So services, set close and save it. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to add the web development. So what we offer for our clients, web development, design, SEO maybe. So first we need to add a section and then a class, a div with class container mxAuto. So let's add the section first with class to be section bg light secondary. I think we have secondary here. Just let me check again. Yeah. And on the dark mode, the bg is going to be dark. bg, a dark secondary. Okay. Add the div with a class container mxAuto, and let's close. Here I'm going to add a h2 and a paragraph. So what I do for clients, I'm going to say, first let's add the div with the class flex call items center, and the text is going to be in the center. Now let's add the h2 here with a class to say section title, and I'm going to say what I do for clients. Okay, now if I save and let's see how it's going to work. It's going to look, yeah, like this. Okay, next let's add a paragraph with class subtitle, and I'm going to add a lorem ipsum here. Okay, yeah, we have something like this. Now let's close this div and then let's create another div with class grid, and on large the grid is going to be calls for. Okay, I'm going to add a gap of 8, and now let's add the first one, the div with the class to be bg light, and I'm going to say tail 100. On the dark is going to be bg dark navi 500. I'm going to add p6 and rounded to XL. Rounded to XL. Okay, now on this div I want to add first an SVG. So let's add a class first. A div with a class. Now it's the set text is going to be accent, rounded to be small, and width 12, h12 I'm going to say, flex, and justify center, items center, margin bottom is going to be 24, and I'm going to add the text an arbitrary value of 28 pixels. Let's close, and here now let's add the SVG. You can go and copy your SVG, what you are going to offer. I'm going to paste this SVG here. And I'm going to say after the SVG, so let's go and close this. So after the div with SVG, I'm going to add the h4 and say class with text XL font medium. I'm going to give it font medium, and margin bottom of 2. And I'm going to say web design. H4, not just H4 here. And let's add also the paragraph of lorem ipsum after the H4. And let's save it and let's see how it's going to look. Yeah. Web design. Now the SVG, you can change that. And let's just copy this div here. And paste it 4 times. 3 times and one was. So here we have the example. Just we need to change the SVG and the title, see what we offer here. Okay, so let me just do it quickly. Okay, so here we have web design, web development, branding, and SEO. Okay, that's it about. So if I just inspect the elements and see what we have on the iPhone 12 Pro, and I think it's okay. Let me change on the dark mode now to see how it's going to look. Yeah, I think it's very nice. And if I remove this, yeah, I think it's looking okay. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. Thank you very much. Hello, friends, welcome. Now let's get started and work with the last section, which is the contact me. So let's go in the VS Code and in the front end, let's create a new component and name it contact me.view. Here I'm going to add a script setup and also add the template. Let's add this one on the welcome. So the contact me, self-close it and save. The contact me needs the primary color. Let's go and add here. So first we need to add a section with a class to be section bg light primary and on the dark primary. bg dark primary. Okay, next, as always, we are going to add the div with a class container mx auto. And let's save and let's go and look. Yeah, here we have. Now what I want something like this. So we are going to have the header, paragraph, and then I'm going to have 2 sections. In this section, I'm going to display the contact me with email. I'm going to display the email and also the address. And in another section, I'm going to add the form, the contact. So let's get started. And inside this container, I'm going to add div with the class to be flex gold, and items center text center, items center text center, and here add the h2 with the class section title, and I'm going to say contact me, and I'm going to add the paragraph with the class subtitle, and let's add some lorem ipsum here. Okay, and let's save it, and yeah, we have something like this. So similar. Okay, now let's add Here, let's close this, the first div, and then we need to add another div. In this div, we are going to have two sections. So div with the first section, and then we are going to have a for. Okay, first let's add some classes to this one. And I'm going just copy and paste. So let's copy and let's paste to the first one. Flex called on large flex row, large gap x8. Okay. Then in this div, I'm going to add also some classes. So let's just copy and paste to save you some time. Class flex1, flex call, items start, space y8, margin bottom 12 on large, margin bottom 0, and large padding 2, padding top 2. On the form also I'm going to add a class. So let's copy and paste like this. Now if I save, nothing is going to change right now because we don't have nothing inside this div and also in the for. Let's add the first one, what we are going to display on the first div. So as I said, I'm going to display the contact me with email and also the address. So I'm going to add a div with the class flex call on large flex row and gap x4 here. And inside I'm going to add two divs. So let's add a div and another div here. Now in the first div I'm going to add the SVG. The SVG you can find here on the arrow icons. For example, just search for mail and here we have the SVG, or search for map and yeah, here we have the map. Anyway, so let's go back and let's add also some classes here. So to this one, I'm going to add classes for the SVG. So class, and let's say text accent rounded small with 14 H14, flex item start, justified center, margin top 2, margin bottom 4, on large margin bottom 0, and text to Excel. And inside this, let's add the SVG. And as I said, so you just go here and search for mail, for example, and I'm going to copy this one and paste it here. And let's save and let's go. Yeah, here we have. Okay, now let's close this one, and in this other div, I'm going to add the h4. So let's copy this and paste it here. h4 with class font body, text Excel, and margin bottom 1. And I'm going to say here have a question. I'm going to add then a paragraph, and I'm going to say I am here to help you with class margin bottom 1 and text paragraph, and another one where I'm going to say email me at my email, for example. Okay, so email me at johndoe.com. If I save and let's go, and we have something like this. Okay, let's just copy now this one and paste it. Let's save, and yeah, we have two of them. Now let's change the text and also the SVG. In the SVG, let's search for map. And if you want this one, okay. If you don't want this, let's copy and replace the SVG with this one. Go back and see what we have. Yeah, here we have the SVG. Okay, just now we need to change also the text. and I'm going to say current location, and I'm going to add my city, which is Tirana, Albania. Okay, and then I'm going to say serving clients worldwide. Okay, let's save and let's see. Yeah, here we have, and I think it's okay now. Now let's go and work with the form. Okay, let's close this div and also this one. Inside the form, we need the name, the email, and also the body. So let's add first a div with a class to be flex, and I'm going to add a gap of 8. Inside here, I'm going to add another div, and here we are going to have also the span for the error. So let's add another div, and here is going to be the input. The type is going to be text, and let's give it a class of input we have created in our CSS. Yeah, here we have. Okay. And let's give it a placeholder to be your name. Okay, let's close the input. And I'm going to add the span for the error span. And I'm going to say class text is going to be small. Margin is going to be 2. Text is going to be red 400. And let's say here just for now the error. If I save and let's go and see, yeah, here we have your name and the error is going to be here. Okay, now let's go and add the email and also the text area. Okay, here we have the div. Let's create another div, and inside this, the same, just copy this and paste it here. And not text type is going to be email here. Okay, the class is going to be input and the placeholder is going to be your email. And you see here I added the flex, so we are going to have something like this now. If you like, okay. If you don't like, you can add here, create another div. Okay. Now let's add also the body, the text area. So after this div here, I'm going to add the text area, which is going to have the class of text area. And let's give it a placeholder, your message. And I'm going to say spell check false. Okay, here we also need to add an error. So let's copy and paste it in here. And I'm going to add also after the text area. So let's paste it here. Now, Let's save and let's see what we have. Yeah, we have something like this. The form and the message and error, error, error. We need the last one, which is going to be the button. And I'm going to copy the button and paste it here after this span. And let's save this. And yeah, here we have send the message, and I think it is okay. Now if I inspect the elements, here we have the contact me on the small iPhone 12. Have a question, the email, and also current location. Then we have a form with a send message. Okay, I think it's okay. Also, let's see on the dark mode. Just let me change the dark mode, and it's looking like this. I think it's okay for me. Also, let's remove this one. Yeah. Here we have, and I think it's okay. Now let's work with the logic of the form in the next video. So see you there. Hello friends, welcome. Now let's get started and work with the logic of our contact form. Okay. So first, what we need for contact form, we need the row to send the contact mail. We need to create a mail. I'm going to create also a controller. We can do that with the welcome controller. So inside the app, we have the welcome controller we can create here because we have only one controller, but I'm going to create a separate controller for the contact. And then I'm going to create also the request, the validator form, and the mail, as I said. So first, let's open the terminal and let's close this for now, the npm. And I'm going to say artisan make controller, and I'm going to name it contact controller. Also create the request, as I said. So make request contact request. What we need other, we need the mail, and if you go to the Laravel mail, we can create we can generate a mail, or we can generate also the markdown mail. Now what you want, markdown is also have the design, but I'm going just to generate simple one. So let's say PHP artisan make mail and the name. So let's copy that and paste it here. And I'm going to say contact mail. Okay. Now let's run the npm run dev. Let's go first inside the routes and create the route. So if after this one, I'm going to say route, we need to say post here. And when we go to the contact, I want to use and I'm going to use the invoke method. So let's just add the contact controller here, class, like this. Let's give it a name if we want. So contact, and let's save it. Close now the routes. Let's go inside the controller, contact controller, and create the invoke method here. So public function, and the name is going to be underscore underscore invoke. Okay, now what we need to do here, we need to add the request first. Let's add the contact request we created. So contact request $sign request. I'm going to say And then we need to send the mail. To send the mail, we need to use the mail facade. So import the Illuminate support facades mail and say to, and I'm going to add my mail here just to have Laravel 2021 gmail.com. Okay, and then I'm going to say send. Where we want to send that? We want to send to the new and the contact mail we created. Okay. And here now we need to add the name. Oh, we need to refresh this. And why is that? Contact controller. Route post contact controller class. That's okay because we have the we need to save this invoke and refresh. And yeah, we need to close this. And it's working. Now what we want to send? We want to send the name, mail, and the message. The message is going to be body. So let's say the request name, the request email, and also the request body. Request body. And then we need to redirect back. So return redirect back. And let's save. Now let's go to this contact request and add the validation. What we need first, we need to change that authorize to be true. Okay. So we allow the people, and then here we need to add the name. And for the name, I'm going to add the required and maybe minimum of 3 characters. Then add the email, which is going to be required, and also it's going to be email, and the last one is going to be body. And let's add just required, and you can play with rules. So let's save. Now we are done with invoke controller. Let's close this. We created the route. Now let's go inside the mail here and contact mail. In the construct, we now with a new version of PHP, we just can directly add here the properties of public string $name, the same public string $email, and also the last one public string $body. Okay, now the name, email, and the body we can use in our mail, also in the mail blade. So here we say return this view and the view name. The view name is not exist, so we need to create inside the resources views. Let's create a new file here, a new folder, and I'm going to name emails, and here let's create the contact.blade.php, and I'm going to say just h1 contact from $name, like this. Let's save and let's close, and let's return this now. So inside the emails, we have the contact blade that we want to return. But also I'm going to say here subject, I'm going to add the subject. And the subject is, I'm going to say a mail from portfolio. So we need to know from is coming, and also I'm going to add a reply to the email. So $sign this email. And let's save. Now this is the contact mail. The contact blade is okay for now. And let's work with the JS component frontend contact me here. Now we need to work with the setup. Okay. What we need to do first, we need to import the ref from Vue, and also we are going to use the use form. So let's import the ref from Vue. And why is not ref from Vue like this, and also import the use form from Inertia. Okay, now let's create the constant for the form. So const is going to be form equal to the use form, and let's add the object with a name, by default empty, email by default empty, and the last one is going to be the body, by default empty. Then we are going to send that. So let's say after here, create a const submit, and I'm going to use the arrow function here and say form dot post, and where we want to post inside the row, and we give it the name of a contact. Okay. Now let's leave it like this for now. First, we need to go inside the form and add on a submit. We need to prevent. So let's say submit. We need to call the submit method, but just add dot prevent here like this. And also we need on the input to add the vmodel and form dot name. Also down there the vmodel form dot email, and the last one is the text area. So vmodel is going to be equal to form dot body. Okay. Now this if I go here from I make a form where I make a mistake somewhere. Okay, import the row not. Yeah, good. Now the input is not going to, we are not going to show the error. If form errors for the email, and here let's display that. So form dot errors dot email like this, and let's copy this and paste it here. Just change the B name here. And the last one is for the text area. Change the email to be body. And let's save. Now we don't see that. Good. Now I'm going to use miletrap.io. So if I go, let's open my miletrap.io here. Okay, so on the dropdown, select the Laravel and just copy this. Go inside the .env file. When we have the mail, replace all with that. We have copy from there, save and close. Now you can go and create your own, just don't copy mine. And let's see if I send the message, what is going to happen. So let's refresh just to have, I think we have run the npm. Yeah, good. Let's say test at test.com and just type something here, send, and the email is going to send. As you can see there, it's taking some time. We don't have the error. And if I come here, contact from test. Good. Now let's say, as you can see here, we have test also here. We send the email and we have all the data we had. So when we send, I want this the clear. So for that, let's go and let's close this. So when we send the form, we can add also options. So I'm going to say on success, I'm going to clear the form. And we have the form.reset method. This is going to reset the form. Now if I save this, and let's try one more time in our Brave browser, refresh. Let's say my name, click send. Send will take some time. And now if I go down, yeah, the form is reset. But as you can see also, we go up here. I don't want to go up here. I want to stay on the contact. So for that also we can add another option here to say preserve scroll to be true. And if I save and try one more time, I'm going to say John. And say send. And yeah, the message is sent. And as you can see, we have clean form and we don't go up. So if I go here, yeah, here we have contact from Tony and contact from John. Okay. We are okay. Just one more thing. I want to display the message. So if we send a message, I want to display that. And we can say, for example, thank you for contacting me or so on. Okay, so let's go in the VS Code. And when we have a form after this one, I'm going to create a div and add a class with margin, the b2, padding, I'm going to add a 4, and I'm going to say bg light 500, tail 500. On the dark is going to be bg dark Navi 100, and let's give it a text of a light secondary, I'm going to say, and also on the dark, the text, let's give it the text the same. Okay, and I'm going to add rounded, large. Now here I'm going to add thank you for contacting me. Now if I save and let's see, yeah, here's how it's going to look. And I'm okay with that. Just I want to show and hide that when we send the message. So what I'm going to do, let's go up here, and we have imported the ref from the view for this case. So before the form, I'm going to create a constant show message. So const show message, and it's going to be by default false. So ref false. Okay, then when we want to show that, when we send a form, but also I want to close that for certain time, for example, for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, I'm going to hide. So what we can do, let's just create another method. Let's create a function here, and I'm going to say set show message, and here we are going to get the value, and we are going to change that based on the value. So I'm going to say show message dot value is going to be equal to the value. Okay, now here when we send a form, we can change that to be true, but instead of that, I'm going to create another method here. So let's say function, and I'm going to name it clean form. And here I'm going to say call the form reset form.reset. Okay. And then I'm going to set the show message, call the set show message, and I'm going to say true. Then I'm going to, after 2 seconds, I'm going to hide that. So I'm going to call the set timeout. Okay, and I'm going to say set show message and add the false value there. And let's say for 2 seconds here. Now we need to call this inside here. So let's say clean form like this. If I save, and I think we added, yeah, we need to add here if the show message. And let's save and let's see what we have. We don't see that right now. Let's say John Doe johndoe.com and add the message send. Okay, thank you for contacting me, and it's going to hide. Everything is okay. I think we had too much time for this video, so the last thing, we need to make some final changes, and that's it about this project. So see you in the last video. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to design the social icons I'm going to display here, and add the links to my social links. And also I'm going to add, so if we go in the VS Code, inside the views, we have the contact mail and we just say here name. So let's add also, we have the body and the email. So just I'm going to add in the paragraph to display the body. We need to say $body, and also I'm going to add the break, another break here, and then I'm going to say from the, and display the email here, $email. Now if I save, close this one, let's go and test. So here I'm going to say John Doe, and let's say john@doe.com, and this is the body. Okay, send the message. Let's go in my mytrap.io and see this. Yeah, here we have now contact from John Doe, and this is the body, and from the johndoe.com. You can go and design that, but I'm okay with this. So let's close now. And let's add here the links for the social icons. Now, as I said, you can go and find your icons what you want, but I'm going to add 4 of mine. So inside the hero component, front end hero component, and I'm going to add it after the button work with me, which is here. And let's add a div inside here, a div with a class to be padding top of 12. And I'm going to add the edge 5. And let's give it a class of text to be XL or large, flex. I'm going to say items center. And let's give it a text color of text black, and on dark mode it's going to be text white. Okay, then what we need to do is let's add margin bottom of 2, and I'm going to say follow me on. If I save and let's see now what we have. Yeah, we have something like this. Okay, now let's add down there the links. So after this h5, I'm going to say a div with the class flex items center, flex items center, and margin bottom to be 6. Okay, and here now I'm going to add an anchor tag with the class and with SVG inside. Okay, so just I'm going to copy and paste here, and I'm going to show you. Okay, so here it's anchor tag with a class with 12, h12, rounded full, flex, items center, justify center, border white, text dark. I'm going to say text dark or text black, and on hover BG light secondary, and hover border light secondary. On dark we change that, And also we added the href to be this one. And also the SVG with width and height. Now if I save this and let's go and see, yeah, here it is for the Facebook. And the same thing is going to be for the others. So if I just copy this and paste, and we need to change the SVGs and also flex items center. We need to say flex like this. Okay, now we have in the good way. Now let's change the SVGs and the links also. Okay. Okay, now here I added the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. You can add what you like. Now if I inspect the element, yeah, we have something like this on the iPhone 12 Pro. If you like, okay, I want this to be in the center of the text. So let's go here and say on the header, I'm going to say justify center. And on large, I want to justify start. Let's save and let's see. Yeah, now we have on the center this follow me on. And if I go on the large, we have on the start. Okay. Again, now let's see on the dark mode what we have. Okay, we need to change this color. We have text black. Now let's give it a text on dark mode to be text white. Like this, save. And let's see, yeah, now we have the this one, but on dark hover we have BG secondary. We need to say BG dark secondary, and also here border dark secondary, like this. And let's save. Let's see again, refresh just in case. And yeah, now I think it's more okay. Just let's do the same for the others. So just add this one and I'm going to copy. Okay, now here we have. And I think it's okay. Let's go back in the light mode. We have something like this. Okay, friends, that's it about this video and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello, friends, welcome. In this video, I'm going to work with the navigation because right now it's not working. So if I click here, nothing happens. So let's go in the VS Code, open the resources, JS, components, frontend, and in the header, we need to start and work with navigation. First, let's see our section. So here we added the about section for the about, okay. On the contact, we need to add the ID of a contact. Let's save. And the same for the hero. Hero is going to have the ID of home. Yeah. Okay. The portfolio has the ID portfolio. Good. And services, we need to add the ID here. ID of services. And the last one, the skills, we don't need the skills. Okay, now let's go in the header. And here we have the li, as you can see, but we have li for the home page and for the others. Instead of this, I'm going to create a navigation here on the script. So let's say const to be navigations, nav links, or what you can say. And it's going to be equal to an array. And here I'm going to say an object, which is going to have name. And the name is going to be the first one, home. Okay. And let's add also the href. Href, or you can say link or what you want. And for this one, I'm going to add the hashtag home. And let's copy and duplicate this. So we need home. Let's go here. We need home, which is going to bring us here. We need the about, portfolio, services, and contact me. So home, about, is going to have about here. Portfolio, also portfolio here. Services, and it's going to have the hash services, and one more is for the contact, and it's going to have the hash contact. Okay, now we have the navigation. We can go down there and remove other LIs and leave it only one. And to this one, I'm going to make a v4. So v4. And I'm going to say navigation in navigations. And let's add also the index here, because we need to add the key. So let's add that, add the key, and say index. Okay. Now to this one, let's add here the navigation name. So navigation.name, and on the href, we are going to add the href. Like this, navigation href, sorry. Navigation.href. And if I save, come here, and yeah, we have home, about, portfolio, services, and contact. So if I click the about, we go down there, portfolio, yeah, services, okay, and the contact. But yeah, but I want the navigation to be sticky on top, so let's work with that. And also here on the anchor tag, we have, why we have font small, text small, yeah, we have this here. So let's remove that. And on the text white, BG light tail on dark, BG dark navi. We don't need BG on the anchor tags. So just say dark navi 100 on the text. If this one is on the dark mode, and not empty, just the same on the dark mode. Let's remove this one. Let's remove also this one. And by default, the text is going to be white, not white. I want text to be light. Tail 500. Let's save. Come up here. Yeah, we have something like this. Now we need to change on hover. So let's say on hover, the text is going to be light tail 500, and on the dark hover, let's say text is going to be dark navy 100, 500, sorry. Let's save it. And on dark, text light tail 500. Okay, we need to say here 100. Yeah, okay. And yeah, now we have something like this. I want to make that fixed. So let's go in the VS Code, and where we have the navigation here, let's add also the to be fixed, and I'm going to say Z20. Okay, we need to add also with full here. And now, as you can see, we have the navigation here. Good. So we can go to portfolio, go to services, go to contact, go to the about and home. Very good. One more thing, I want when we are here to have a different color, and when we scroll down to change that. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a constant, and I'm going to say just bg is going to be ref, and by default false. Or let's say scroll bg like this. Okay, now I want to change that when we scroll like this. So when we are here and when we scroll, good. Let's import also the onMounted from Vue, and I'm going to say down there onMounted, add the closure here, and I'm going to call the window dot add event listener, and we are going to add the scroll listener. And now let's return window dot scroll y. If this is greater than 50, we are going to change that scroll bg value. And let's create also one more method. So I'm going to say const set scroll bg, and I'm going to add the value here to accept the value. And now let's say scroll bg dot value is going to be what the value is inside, like this. And now here we can just call that. If this is true, we can say set scroll bg, and we can add the value which is going to be true here. Otherwise, we are going to change the false. So let that false. Okay. So if that is true, we are going to call this and add true as a value. And here we say scroll bg value to true. Otherwise, it's going to say false. And now we have this scroll bg. Let's go in the navigation. We have bg light and primary and border. And also we have a dark bg dark primary. Now let's add some classes also here. I'm going to bind the class. And I'm going to say here, I'm going to add this bg light primary. Let's go and paste it here. And also this one. Only if the scroll bg is true. Okay, otherwise, I'm going to add bg to be white. On the dark, let's say bg slate something 800. If that is not scroll bg. Okay. Now if I save something like this and let's go, as you can see, we have a different color here. And now when we scroll down, we change that. Now if you like, okay, if you don't like, you can leave it as it is. Okay. But I think it's just nice to have that one. And let's go and change also on to see on the dark mode what we are going to have. Yeah, we have something like this, and when we go on the dark, we change that. Maybe on the hover, let's go down, and on the link here, when we say dark hover text, let's say text white. And yeah, now I think it's more okay. Let's go to the contact, portfolio, about. Now, one more thing we need to do. So if you go to the contact, you can see we immediately go there. I want to have some transition here. So to have some nice transition for that, let's go in the VS Code and I'm going to install a package. So let's go here, terminate that. Okay, let's clear and let's say npm install at Vue use /motion. Okay, so if you go here, so let's go to this website and let me just change on the light mode here. So we need to import this motion plugin. Okay, let's go in the VS Code. Let's run npm run dev and close this one and go inside the app.js, import that plugin, and we need to add to say app use motion plugin, but here we are in the inertia, so just say here dot use and motion plugin like this. Save and close this, and then we can quick start vMotion, and you can add initial, enter, opacity, something like this. So let's just copy this And let's go in our, for example, in the contact, paste on the div. Okay, now not on enter, but I'm going to say visible, like this. And let's save this on the contact. And if I refresh here, let's go now to the contact. Yeah, as you can see, go home, go to the contact, and we have some a good transition here. You can go and play with Vue use motion, has many. So as you can see, we have hovered, focused, and enter, visible, initial, and so on. Delay. Just if you use a visible one, so you need to say visible ones like this. Okay. Let's copy this and add the others. So let's save, close this one. And let's go on other. So on the about, do the same thing. On the div with container, paste that in. Hit save, close this. The second one, about contact. Hero, of course. On the portfolio, we have the not on the projects, but on the services. Okay. And let's save it. And let's go and see now. If I go to the home, yeah, refresh first, and we have something like this. Now let's go to the about. Okay, portfolio, services, and contact. Go to the home. Very good. The last thing I want to add here. So if I go to the, as you can see, we have something like this, but I don't like. So let's add the same on the project, single project, here on the link. Paste that in. Not on the visible, but on the enter. And you can play here. So enter, let's save, and let's go to the home page, refresh. Go to the portfolio. Now if I go to the Laravel, yeah, as you can see now, we have a transition. Okay friends, that's it about this project. So let's go up here, go to the about, portfolio, services, contact, and we have this project. I think it's okay. If you like, okay. If you don't like, you can make your changes. Now let's see on the dark mode. Let's go to the about, home, services, portfolio, select this one, select HTML. Okay friends, now that's it about this project. I hope you like, and if you like, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, and share with your friends. See you in the next project. All the best.